السيدات والسادة الكرام، سيبدأ حفلنا الآن.
Open doors to dream, to passion, to growth, to new opportunities, ambition, innovation. Wide open doors to building unique entrepreneurship, to creativity, to investment, evolution, to higher intelligence. All of these unique open doors for this unique time, to leadership, to success, to common good, worldwide. Once upon a time, there was a unique and mysterious place where the sun and the moon would shine day and night, where the infinite land and the sky would meet like nowhere other, where the grains of sand behold the finest secrets of our beautiful humanity, and its striving to succeed in creating and accomplishing the best possible for the common good of all, for the common good of life.
على مر العصور كنا حلقة وصل بين الشعوب من الشرق إلى الغرب، بينما اتخذت التجارة العالمية البحر طريقا أبحرنا بسفن الصحراء، وكنا أول من مهد طريق التجارة برا ببضاعاتنا العربية.
Used to use the camels and we to walk into the desert, and in time of each development we developed our trade and our connections as well in relationship with the people of the world. We are inherently born to be traders.
الحاجة أم الاختراع. العرب في الجزيرة العربية قبل 5000 سنة، وبسبب التصحر الأخير الذي عم الجزيرة العربية وانحسار حشائش السافانا والأنهار، فكر العرب.
The Arabs thought about the best way to live and how to live, and because of the scarcity of rainfall, and they found out a lot of alternatives as well, and of course, you use the camels. They found the solution in camels, where they drink the milk and they eat the flesh and the meat of the camels. It was the sheep of the desert, and they tamed the camels to become the best means of transport along all over the world for the last 5,000 years. And the camel was used recently in Australia to transport the railway lines, and 5,000 years, and even AD. 130 years after AD, after one of the Arabian kingdoms declined, the last modern Arabian kingdom. We have old, we have metal, and we have modern. The trade routes stopped, but within the last 5,000 years, the Arabs, and they thought about how to live. That's why they tamed the camels, and and not only camels, and the different type of camels, and they started, for example, to exchange trades with the traders of India, selling and buying different things and different commodities, well, taking the Indian goods and silk, and the silk from the Chinese, and the ivory and wood from different people of Asia, and they actually sell them. They sell them, for example, the gum, and in addition to gold and copper, silver, and pearls that was extracted from the Arabian Sea. Gulf, and they were selling to actually buy from their communities as well in the Arab Gulf and the Arab Sea and Oman, and we're very closer to India and very closer to China. And all of those caravans, great caravans of camels, actually, getting through the desert of the Arabian Peninsula, with the cargoes that they brought from India and China, passing by these trade routes, and until today we're paved, and in thousands of kilometers. The Arabs were the first people to bring the connection between the people of the East and the people of the West, and this is historically proven, and it has been actually talked by the historian, the Greek historian Strabo. And he talked about the Arabian trades and how they tamed the camels, where the East and the West got together. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is still the connection, or it's still the connecting country of the most important seaports, commercial seaports, and the passing points in the Red Sea, in addition to the Arabian Gulf and the Arabian Gulf until today. So the Chinese and the Indian ships were not able to go through the Arabian Sea, getting into the Red Sea because of the seasonal winds. In addition to the coral reefs, so there were a lot of accidents. But the Arabs, the 4,000 years, even from the Bronze Age, they started. They were the first, for example, to trade their goods with the people, with the Indian and the Chinese goods as well, to the Babylonians and Sumerians, and Ogarthians, in addition to the Canaanites and the pharaohs in Egypt. And of course, until today, for example, all the inscriptions of the stones could prove this. We found inscriptions and evidences that prove this great trading exchange. And this type of business and trade, the Arabs, they are inherently born to become traders, because necessity is the mother of inventions. Across history, it was not approved that the Arabs, for example, fought other nations, but they actually used diplomacy. Even during the Islamic era, Islamic age, they used diplomacy and trade, and were the diplomatic exchange and diplomatic missions as well. Even before the Islamic era and Islamic age, the Arabs are still interested in trade, because this actually constitutes an inherent part of their personality.
Once upon a time, there was a unique and mysterious place where past, present, and future dialogue in respect of a better today, of a better tomorrow, where tradition becomes futuristic and the future brings more and more respect and gratitude for the ancestors and their legacy. A land shining through its history and above its vanquished hardships, like a unique, mysterious diamond that shines and opens the door of trust and cooperation, of vision and imagination, of striving for human intelligence, innovation, and creativity. A diamond like no other, always fostering tangible opportunities.
Has been there to capture all of them.
What famous photography or research?
Taking pictures.
Photography is not just a skill or a talent. It's a passion that needs constant fulfillment. As others have achieved, you can achieve too. Do not despair, no matter the difficulties. Never give up. Create your own opportunity and don't wait for it. Make yourself and your goals in one shot.
I brought it. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. L'avenir appartient à ceux qui croient en la beauté de leurs rêves. And what a better place than here, with these words of wisdom for the group of leaders and young entrepreneurs, with ideas that is going to shape their inner peace, their minds, and also changing the world. 44 years ago, I started traveling the globe as a photojournalist, as a war correspondent, as a peace correspondent, as educator, but always as a visual storytelling. of our humanity. I became the witness of joys and the sorrow of our common humanity. At the age of 13, 58 years ago, I discovered a modern and a new way of expression, the photography. I taught myself learning the language, this universal language of images, as an autodidact. Later, I studied architecture. I became an architect. I worked as an architect. But my passion always was toward photography. One day in 1979, 44 years ago, I listened to my heart telling me, follow your passion, follow your dream. I took this unbelievable decision to quit architecture for an uncertain works, which was the photography. But since then, my photograph, through my books, conferences, exhibition, documentaries, has been shaping the face of the world and changing the course of the history. That's where I realized the importance of the photography in the world. For obvious reason, I always wanted to come to Saudi Arabia to photograph the land, but also the people, the history, the people who had shaped the history of humanity over thousands of the years. Finally, in year 2000, I had this opportunity. I landed in Riyadh. I had the great honor and opportunity to travel for 3 years in every corner of the kingdom, by photographing, but also by encountering people, by encountering a vibrant society that was looking for the development and looking for the future. Later, a few years ago, I was invited as an advisor for Al-Ula, as a highlighting Al-Ula as a significant cultural and historical touristic places. But finally, thanks to Biban and invitation, that I arrived a few days ago back to the city which I left 20 years ago. I couldn't believe what the city has achieved in the past 20 years. Even if I have been following through the media, but what's happened, what I saw is mixtures of the people who has taken the past, present, and future by shaping the whole city. That's how I believe that, like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Biban will always be fostering the opportunities, fostering the tangible opportunities. That's my belief, is what I have seen was happening here. All this, seeing all these young people, young entrepreneurs, remind me of a story, of an old story. One day, a very old man was moving very difficulties, with very difficulties. And he was planting a chestnut tree. Some young people passing through him and told him, "Hey, old man, why are you bothering? The chestnut tree needs 20 years to give the fruit. Why are you bothering, giving you a pain to plant this tree?" The old man looks to them and he said, "All the chestnut that I have eaten in my life, they're trees have been planted by the people before me. That's why we're all here, to listen to these young people and helping them, giving them what we have learned on it." At the end, I would like to just give a little secret of what I have learned during my travels. A journey of 1,000 kilometers began with one step. Take your step first. Thank you very much.
Biban. Just Saudi Arabia will always be fostering tangible opportunities. Biban23. Attract, connect, achieve. Biban23. One door leads to the other. Each door leads to another. On the pathway of self-realization and success. Attract, connect, achieve. The only way is up. The only way is higher. And when one door closes, another one always opens, fostering tangible opportunities. Biban23 Success Stories.
Hi, I'm Iftikhar Sheikh from South Africa, co-founder of Vitruvian MD.
Hi, I'm Soumya Dabriwal from India. Project Bala is revolutionizing menstrual hygiene across developing countries.
أنا صلاح الغيدان، الشريك المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة تأثير للإنتاج الإعلامي.
Hi. أنا إيزاف الفجر، Partners enhance their products and solutions, as well as exploit data to answer questions about what behaviors drive outcomes.
معكم الدكتور ماجد المنصوري، شريك مؤسس في شركة نقطة، أول منصة سعودية لتداول الرموز الغير قابلة للاستبدال على تقنية البلوكتشين.
I'm Josh Pine from the U.S., Chief Revenue Officer of XL8 Inc.
أهلاً، أنا مزون أشقر، المؤسس والمدير التنفيذي لمزن للعناية بالبشرة، علامة سعودية لمستحضرات التجميل والصابون.
When you think about startups, why they exist, why they're born.
أنا كنت أحد المستهلكين للوظيفة، اليوم أنا من المنتجين للوظائف.
After seeing that girls were skipping school due to poor menstrual health facilities, I started my entrepreneurial journey as a 21-year-old.
بدأنا من 2015، بدأت بتصنيع المنتجات من المنزل، والحمد لله الحين لدينا مصنع نسائي بالكامل يصنع المستحضرات في السعودية.
So we had this goal to provide companies and industries with easy access to eye tracking from anywhere at any time.
في السوق الإعلامي في المملكة الفرص عظيمة جدا، خصوصا مع رؤية المملكة 2030.
The most important challenge was societal myths surrounding menstrual health and hygiene.
وكستارت اب سعودي وكأول منصة لتداول الرموز الغير قابلة للاستبدال في السعودية، أكيد بدون شك واجهنا صعوبات ومشاكل كثيرة.
We overcame this obstacle by making it all about our customers and listening to their pain points.
من بداياتنا من 2015 واجهتنا الكثير من العقبات، منها تصريح المصنع والمنتجات، كذلك سلاسل الإمداد كاملة للمنتجات من الاستيراد إلى التصدير، وكمان تمويل المشروع للتوسع والنمو.
They're here to innovate, they're here to disrupt, they're here to develop new solutions to positively impact future generations.
With enough confidence, a lot of hard work and commitment, we were able to achieve our goal in creating something new on a legacy market that heavily relied on hardware equipments.
واحد من مشاريعنا يصل فيه أعضاء الفريق إلى 200 شخص في مشروع واحد.
In the last 5 years, we've impacted 450,000 women and girls across 4 countries and generated employment for 100 women in India.
بالتعاون مع الجهات الحكومية المختصة وبالتعاون مع الشركاء الصحيحين، الحمد لله قدرنا واستطعنا أننا نتجاوز هذه الصعوبات وهذه المشاكل.
Anything is possible if you believe in yourself and work hard to achieve your goals.
نصيحتي لكل رواد الأعمال إنه ابحث عن فرص جديدة وأفكار جديدة، وحتلاقي كل أشكال الدعم اللي تساعدك على الاستمرار في الأعمال.
Dream big and work hard for your dreams.
With over 1 billion people on the African continent, if we want to create a healthy population, we need intelligent ways of allocating resources to impact as many people as possible.
Biban.
Fostering
tangible
opportunities.
Biban.
For us,
Asna.
Al Rieda.
حسب تقرير المرصد.
According to the International Report of Entrepreneurship 2022-2023, I mean,
وفقا لتقرير ريادة الأعمال في
2023. السعودية.
Saudi Arabia is the first globally.
المملكة العربية السعودية كانت الأولى عالميا بموجب التقرير.
في مؤشر سهولة البدء في مشروع تجاري.
For the report of facilitating startups.
في الفرص الواعدة لبداية مشروع.
The promising opportunities of starting up a project in our region.
فرصة واعدة في منطقتنا.
فرص تصنع الريادة. Fostering tangible opportunities.
Biban23. Attract, connect, achieve. Fostering tangible opportunities.
فرص
opportunities that actually can make leadership. This is the slogan of the Biban 2023. I mean, being organized by the General Authority for SMEs and Manchiat. And most welcome to this great leading conference, the largest of its own kind in the whole region. And now we welcome His Excellency, the Governor of the General Authority for SMEs, Mr. Sami bin Ibrahim Al-Husseini. Your Excellency, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm in God's speech and mercy, people, and all of you. At the beginning of my speech, I would like to extend my appreciation on behalf of my colleagues and Manchiat, extending my appreciation to the custodian of two holy mosques, and to His Royal Highness Crown Prince, and to our wise leadership for their sustainable support, enabling us to enhance the entrepreneurship environment in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This sector has been actually the main cause of helping the SMEs to increase the number more than 1,200,000 startups that truly has generated jobs resulting in 6 million jobs. And the efforts will continue to develop the environment entrepreneurship that made the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for example, to be in the second position in the entrepreneurship in this 2023, after it was in the 41st position in 2014, according to the International Observatory of Startups. And this great progress and development has come because of the great efforts, the tangible efforts to develop the environment of entrepreneurship, in addition to fulfilling the demands and needs of the entrepreneurs. And the needs, and the first needs comes through providing financing solutions, which has been estimated by between 220 to 8 228 billion Saudi riyals until 2022. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has launched, for example, the Bank of SMEs Bank, to support entrepreneurs to overcome their financing difficulties. And today, for example, this Biban conference comes so as to put another additional fingerprint in the entrepreneurship environment regionally and internationally, and through 9 doors. I mean, the entrepreneur will find his possible opportunity will enable him, empower him to become very productive in his field, either through the journey of the idea, or if he's actually seeking expansion of his activity. In addition, within this conference, and based on this conference, there will be very specific and very unique agreements that will enhance the environment of entrepreneurship in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, God willing. And of course, the schedule and the agenda is full of more than 350 speakers. I mean, representing the community of highly distinguished entrepreneurs, experts, and specialists, and more than 120 enabling institutions from the public as well as the private sector. And what is going to be given to the entrepreneurs a great opportunity through mutually exchanging thoughts and ideas, enabling them so as to talk to the decision makers as well, so to discuss all the obstacles and the problems that might encounter them during their entrepreneurship journey. And based on the fact that innovation and exceptional thoughts and ideas are an indivisible part of creatively innovative environment this year, and this conference, and by the end of this year, for example, we will be hosting the World Cup for Entrepreneurs, and we will declare and announce the names of winners after very strong competition from 200 countries. And that will make the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia a hub for incubating and enabling the dreamers from different parts of the world. And at the conclusion of my speech, I would like to extremely extend my appreciation and high signs of appreciation and gratitude to our partners who really did a great job so as to organize this important conference. Without you and without our collaborative efforts, as we'll never be able to bring together all of those people who attended and to organize this important conference. On behalf of all organizers, and I would like to extend my appreciation from the bottom of my heart, thanking them for their great support that will have a great impact locally and internationally. And I wish you spend a great time with fun and creativity for the days of the conference, where my colleagues in Munchiat will hasten all their efforts so as to provide assistance to all of you and help you. Once again, thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much, Your Excellency the Governor, and would like to invite you to stay and to remain on the stage. And to enable partners of success, we invite His Excellency the Minister of Trade and the Board Chairman of Munchiat, Dr. Majid bin Abdullah Al-Qasabi.
تفخر منشآت بشركائها الداعمين.
And for the support of the partners who really did a great job so as to achieve success for Biban23, and those supporters, sponsors really did a great job, and the strategic sponsor partner Aramco, who did a great tangible job so as to achieve a great success for this edition of this important conference 2023. The technical partner, General Authority for Data and Artificial Intelligence, Sedaya. And enabling partner, the Tourism Development Fund.
الشريك الرئيسي.
And the main partner, Saudi National Bank. and main partner downtown, Saudi.
الشريك الرسمي بنك الرياض. الشريك الريادي.
The leading partner SABIC. It's a cultural destination, the Royal Commission of Alula. The media partnership Al Arabiya TV channel. The TV channel, the transportation TV channel, sorry, the transportation channel is Muhammad Yusuf Nagy. The digital partner, Mobile. The contributor partner SAB Bank. The contributory partner, the Saudi Faransi Bank. The contributory partner, the Saudi Investment Bank. The contributory bank partner, Haraj Platform. The contributory partner, the Social Development Bank.
الشريك المساهم.
Contributory partner is Sobol.
شريك
business partner Ad Company. Digital payment partner Visa. Innovation partner Moaib. media partner was media partner, the Saudi Media Group. The government partner, the General Authority for Convention and Conferences and Exhibition. Thank you ever so much, Your Excellency Minister and Excellency Governor, our success partners. Thank you ever so much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, over the upcoming minutes, we will start our first keynote speeches by Dr. Jamil Badawi, the Senior Assistant for Aramco for National Development, to further speak about the lead program to develop and grow SMEs.
Ladies and gentlemen, this session will be conducted. English interpretation headsets are available at the entrance of this hall. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ستبدأ الآن أولى الكلمات.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, now we will start with the first keynote speaker with Mr. Jamil Atadan, the Senior Deputy of Saudi Aramco, to speak about Talid program for the development of small and medium enterprises.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most beneficent, peace, blessing be upon Prophet Muhammad, Your Excellency Dr. Majid bin Abdullah Al-Qasabi, Your Excellencies, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, peace, blessing be upon you all. I am honored and delighted to be here with you on behalf of Aramco Saudi Arabia on Biban conference on the 9th edition. We are very proud to be the strategic sponsor. Big thanks go to all the organizers of this big conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Aramco Saudi Arabia is very much interested on the strategy to translate ideas into projects that can create more job opportunities for the citizens of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And the best example to cite and quote is the success of this company locally, which is known as Iktifa program, that has made so many achievements and successes and quantum leaps in building great supply bases that can be adaptable to the upcoming increasing growing world events, where the added value has increased spent by the company in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the supplies goods from 35% in 2015 up to 63% by 2020, where so many people do benefit from in terms of, or including the SMEs at the global level. The King Salman Spark and the King Salman Complex for Industries and Maritime Services, where the contribution is expected or estimated for the GDP about 35 billion Saudi riyals, in addition to their role to create more than 35,000 jobs directly and indirectly. An extension to this kind of approach, Aramco Saudi Arabia created the National Development Authority in order to continue the contributions of Aramco and also translate the innovative ideas and creative ideas into business opportunities or project or smaller projects and SMEs that can continue and grow and develop, and also some of which can make up big companies, national companies. The new ecosystem focuses on 5 strategic pillars: sustainability, digital services, industry, manufacturing, innovation, social innovation, and consists of 4 programs, development programs, as you see. And we seek and aim through these programs aim to enhance the GDP and find more job opportunities for more investment opportunities. The first of which of these programs is the Innovative Center and the development of progress Lab 7, and number 7 is the Al Khair well, to be another tributary for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This center seeks to make innovators and creators new ideas, starting off from the development of ideas up to the translation of such ideas into something that is tangible, into tangible reality, and then companies or existing companies can be created. The second program, which is known as Adventure, which is very much like development of fund up to 2 billion Saudi riyals, which seeks to be a strategic and regional program or with venture capital. Another one, which is known Talid program, which seeks to enable and support thousands of SMEs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and make them more sustainable and increase their contribution to the GDP. for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and create so many job opportunities. And one more is Aramco program, which is the environment where so many big investment opportunities become more prosperous with the big entities, and we've been successful, thankfully, after the program was launched 1.5 years in the past, of course, to create 60 investment opportunities, thankfully, and so far we have created 30 companies out of these opportunities, which will contribute, of course, positively to the GDP and create more job opportunities that are sustainable. In line with the objective of this conference, I will conclude about a lead program which was launched recently by Aramco Saudi Arabia in order to enable and support thousands of SMEs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and to ensure their own sustainability and enhance and maximize their contribution to the GDP of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. As everyone is aware of the fact that in line with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Vision 2030, it is planned that the contribution of the SMEs will further contribute to the GDP from 20%, as was in the past when 2020, up to 35% by 2030. In order to find viable solutions, we worked to study extensively through review of the international experiences and local experiences to identify the challenges, the key challenges, and to provide the most suitable solutions to address these challenges, where we launched more than 23 initiatives and more than 30 partnerships with the private and the public sectors, including different SMEs, in order to provide solutions and order to create more challenge for the support of SMEs and also to face such challenges. And a program was, the Talid program was designed to go in line with the needs of the sectors, where it to provide different services and solutions in order to support and enable SMEs. And the colleagues, of course, will review through this conference, this forum, will review different examples, experiences that are success. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished, before I conclude, I would like to assure you that in Aramco Saudi Arabia and through the National Development Fund and Talid program, we're looking forward to working and coordinating with everyone to maximize the contribution and the investment opportunities. To conclude, I would like to express my appreciation and gratitude to all the organizers, and thank you very so much. Your attention is highly appreciated. Thank you very so much.
Shukran, Dr. Jamil.
Dr. Jamil, thank you very so much. Now we will have a keynote speech delivered by the Minister of SMEs and the emerging companies in the Republic of Southern Korea, Dr. Yang Lee. And this speech will be in English. I'd like to draw your attention that the interpretation devices and headsets are made available at the gate of this hall.
By Her Excellency, Minister of SMEs and Startup, the Republic of South Korea, Dr. Yang Lee, titled South Korea SMEs, Exploring Opportunities in the Kingdom.
안녕하세요. Yes, I come from Korea. That means good evening, everyone. I'm very much delighted to be here with you as a former startup founder and the incumbent Minister of SMEs and Startups of the Republic of Korea to open the doors of the Biban 2023. And please look at my dress color. It means I come here not only a keynote speaker, but also a friend of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You are my friend. I was told that the Biban 2023, the biggest startup festival in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is being held for the first time in its history as an international event. With this opportunity, I hope that we leverage this event as a platform to initiate the exchange of a startup ecosystem between Middle East and the Republic of Korea. In my speech, I would like to brief you about how dynamic and innovative Korean startup ecosystem is, startup policies of the Korean government, and the brighter future that Korea is planning with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. First and foremost, I would like to introduce the Korean startup ecosystem. What comes to your mind when you think of Korean companies? Yeah, I believe many of you reminded yourselves of large-scale enterprise, namely Samsung, Hyundai, and LG. However, if I pose the same question to the Korean people, many of them under their age of 50s might answer Naver, Kakao, Coupang, Baemin, and so on. All of these startups turned unicorns are now driving Korean economy. Number speaks for itself. In CES 2023, held in Las Vegas, we witnessed the biggest number of Korean startups being awarded. In detail, only 7 startups were selected in 2019, while in 2023, 111 Korean companies had been chosen. It means that 1 out of 4 awarded companies in CES 2023 was Korean startups. And more than 80% of the awarded Korean companies were startups. The stature of K startups has risen dramatically. Besides, Korea ranked one of the top 10 countries around the world in terms of number of unicorn companies in the country. The number of unicorns in Korea increased from 6 in 2018 to 14 in 2022, according to CB Insight. More importantly, Korea has a strong venture investment ecosystem. The size of domestic venture investment in Korea reached $13.7 billion as of 2021, from $4.8 billion in 2018. Its ratio of venture investment to GDP in 2021 was as high as a major developed country, such as the United Kingdom, Germany, and Finland. Korean startup ecosystem is highly acknowledged by many other countries around the world. In Startup Ecosystem Ranking 2022, released by Startup Genome, a research firm that analyzed the global startup ecosystem, Seoul, the capital city of the Republic of Korea, ranked 10th among 280 cities around the world. In a nutshell, Korea is an attractive country with a dynamic and thriving startup ecosystem. Next, let me introduce the 3 major startup policies of the Ministry of SMEs and Startup of the Republic of Korea for such dynamism. First, we will make our startup ecosystem more open and competitive so that Korea could become a global startup hub. We will streamline visa processes for foreign national startups and job seekers, whilst not excluding them from government supports. We also plan to expand the Korea Venture Investment Corporation, KB Global Fund, from the United States to Europe and the Middle East, and increase its AUM over $6 billion in order to make a more global-oriented investment ecosystem. Moreover, we will foster our digital startup valley in the cyberspace, where entrepreneurs could start up their own businesses, overcoming geographical limitations. Second, we will spare no efforts in supporting Korean startups for their global expansion, hand in hand with the big tech global companies such as Google, Amazon, and Oracle. We have been nurturing Korean startups and extending our hub for their global expansion, especially to most sought-after regions. Currently, we have 10K startup centers and venture investment centers for incubating Korean startups around the world. We will endeavor to increase the number to 12 in 2023 and more centers in coming year. Meanwhile, we will foster a global regulation-free zone where startups will be given support for cross-border tests, commercialization, and international certification in the local market. Third, the Korean government is committed to nurturing newly emerging deep tech startups that can lead the 10 core technology sectors in the future, such as systems, semiconductor, AI, robots, and so on. To that end, we plan to put $1.6 billion in supporting their commercialization and the R&D. For the next 4 years under the current administration, Korea government is strongly committed to supporting startups with strategic policies that I mentioned above. More specifically, President Yoon Suk-yeol of the Republic of Korea repeatedly reiterated that exports and startups would be determinants of our future. As I mentioned before, Korea government will facilitate all that we can do by offering strategic support for Korean startups to go global, and the global capitals and human resources to come to Korea. Even amid protectionism stronger than ever before, advanced digital technologies and platforms are transforming our physical central Earth into a digital-based world. Even as we speak, every single unit is connected to one another, and borders in the market are getting blurred. After His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's visit to Korea in November last year, there has been a tremendous increase in interest from Korean entrepreneurs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Interest among the Korean startups in Saudi Arabia, which is rapidly transforming its industrial landscape, is ever more increasing. When we announced the recruitment of startups to participate in this event, Biban23, we saw as high as 15-to-1 competition rate. I hope that Biban23 could become a launchpad where innovative Korean startups could make their foray into the Saudi market, and startups of both countries could flourish together. Korean government will work harder for stronger cooperation and close communication with our Saudi counterpart, so that Korean startups can play a pivotal role in securing new growth engine, which is the purpose of Saudi Vision 2030 project. In November 2023, we will hold a startup festival named Come Up in Korea. I look very much forward to meeting many of the Saudi startups during that event. Now, let's start Startup Alliance between the two countries. Thank you. Shukran.
خبر هام.
An important piece of news. Now we're honored to announce the financing entities shown on the screen. Now we'll launch new financing and supporting products for the SMEs at about 11 billion Saudi riyals.
That the financing entities shown on screen are launching innovative products supporting SMEs valued at 11 billion Saudi riyals. حضورنا الكرام.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have now the ministerial panel discussion about the importance of entrepreneurship to develop and grow the emerging sectors and the economy. This is to be moderated by the Saudi media professional Muhammad Atumayhi. Peace, blessing be upon you all, Your Excellencies, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the opening panel discussion for tonight, which I am delighted and honored to be with a wealth of speakers by the Excellencies Ministers to speak about the role of entrepreneurs to further enhance the national economy and also to develop the emerging and vital sectors. First of all, I would like to welcome the Excellencies participating in this panel discussion. His Excellency Tawfiq al-Rabi'a, Minister of Hajj and Umrah. His Excellency Engineer Ahmed al-Rajhi, the Human Resources and Social Development. His Excellency Bandar al-Khraif, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources. And His Excellency Saleh al-Jasir, Minister of Transport and Logistics Services. Welcome again, Your Excellencies. Definitely, we are now in Biban, and Biban focuses on, clearly of course, on supporting entrepreneurs and the owners and employers of SMEs. Would like to know further about the contribution of the ministries and sectors, public sector from this Biban, and also what is it that is requested or needed by these ministries and companies, by these entrepreneurs in order to achieve their goals. My first question is to His Excellency Minister al-Rabi'a. It is a very important question, particularly when it comes to the Ministry of Hajj and Umrah. What are the sides of support provided by the ministry to entrepreneurs, particularly, Your Excellency, please? In the name of God, the most gracious, the most beneficent, our Prophet Muhammad, first of all, I am very much delighted to be here with you on this forum, which focuses on the support of entrepreneurs, and I fully believe that entrepreneurs do play such a vital and leading role in order to support and enhance the services and the products across all sectors. The sector of Hajj and Umrah is always developing, and now we see record figures and numbers in terms of the number of people performing Hajj and Umrah that has never been before in history. We hope these numbers will increase over the upcoming period of time, and this is of course as a result of the support provided by the government of the custodian to Holy Mosque to all Muslims coming from all over the world. Now we are very much keen and interested in order to enhance the services and also to showcase the role of entrepreneurs when it comes to providing excellent services. That is why in the ministry we have established a center for entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship, which provides different services, consulting and advisory services, and informational and knowledge-based services, and also technical connection and digital connection required by entrepreneurs, along with the digital services in the ministry. Equally important, we have also made what is known as like a challenge in Hajj al-Umrah through innovative or innovation Opticar platform, close cooperation with Munsha'at. More than 343 people of course came up with innovative ideas, and also in Al-Hajj and conference in 2022 and 2023, of course we also made a hackathon in Hajj and Umrah where more than 2,300 people participated coming from different countries, and we came up with so many ideas from this conference being translated into projects, and more than 60 ideas competed of course across the world. We equally made another project with the National Bank for the business incubator 2 months ago, and we have created like 10 projects that have come into play. So these are a group of ideas, a group of projects that we support always entrepreneurs, and we always motivate and incentivize and encourage all that can help entrepreneurs when it comes to the performance of Hajj and Umrah. Thank you, Sir, to Your Excellency, and this leads us to another question to His Excellency Al-Rajhi. What is the vision of the ecosystem of the social development, human resources, in order to support and enable entrepreneurs? And if any achievements by Your Excellency, can you share us, please, and share the audience, please? Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. First of all, I'd like to express my appreciation and gratitude, for all the organizers of this conference, for this big conference, Munshaat, His Excellency Dr. Majid Al-Qasabi and Mr. Sami, and all the organizers, all the people working on Munshaat. They have come to a higher level, so big thanks go to them for this great organization. Again, I would like also to say to our own citizens and entrepreneurs, whether from inside the Kingdom or even outside, even visitors in this place, nothing can be needed by entrepreneurs, cannot be found in this place in terms of finances, supporters, feasibility studies, and also the way services are provided. With this in mind, of course, all the opportunities coming into play, and for the entrepreneurs, I do remember in my generation, even though my generation is not that old, we couldn't have such like 10% of what of the enablers being provided and the unlimited support provided by the government in order to enable entrepreneurs. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia thankfully has made such an advanced ranking position in terms of entrepreneurship. As for the ministry itself and the ecosystem, the Social Development Fund, for example, the total loans provided for entrepreneurs over the 5 years were about 41 billion Saudi riyal, and this one's only for the startups. Also, the Social Development Bank, each and every entrepreneur is given maximum 10 billion Saudi riyals, of course. So it decided, 10 million Saudi riyals. And of course it is higher than anywhere else across the country, world countries, and also this is based on Dullani approach, which is to help and support entrepreneurs who have ideas in order to crystallize and translate their ideas and into something that's reality based on the feasibility study. And up to now 33,000 entrepreneurs did benefit from this. As for the ministry itself, we did create a number of incentives and motivations for entrepreneurs, including localization or job localization exemption, which is the first of this year. It is 0%, and the next motivation is that we provided for workers to be exempted, of course, for the financial return, also for violations, visits, and further support. And also, one more thing I'd like to conclude, that the human resources fund provided the SMEs more than 6 billion Saudi riyals through the support of the salaries of the people working in entrepreneurship. One more thing in this issue, would like to remind you of what has been mentioned in the opening discussion today. In the opening discussion, that in reality, the Arabs, commerce for the Arabs is in their blood, and also Saudis, they have today proven and every day proven through these achievements and successes they made that entrepreneurship and commerce and trade is part and parcel of their everyday life. Thank you so much. This is very much encouraging, and this is very good and motivational for all the entrepreneurs. Your Excellency Al-Khrayif, when we speak about the Ministry of Industry, we are speaking about different things, about the different sectors associated and emerging and promising sectors. What is the role played by the ministry in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia across these sectors, and particularly when it comes to the entrepreneurs and the owners and employers of the SMEs? Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to express my appreciation and gratitude and congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, because it has been very important for entrepreneurs, for those looking for opportunities, investment opportunities, for the initiative owners to meet the entities that can support them, advisory services and consulting services, as been explained. So today the government ecosystem, or the system, and entrepreneurship has been very much mature, and we can see almost all the government entities have different programs. As for industry and mineral resources, thankfully both sectors, the general impression about mineral resources and industry that are only for big investors, but again, when it comes to reality, even like the international experience, such as like countries, Germany or Korea, for example, we see the industry bases, which makes up the biggest percentage, is the SMEs and the entrepreneurship. So innovation comes to provide services, technical support, and which we consider one of the most important drivers for industry. Our industrial strategy has so many opportunities in terms of the investment opportunities. Of course, the investment opportunities, it is a strategy that goes in line with the entrepreneurship and SMEs up to 125 billion Saudi riyals. These big opportunities are diverse across the different sectors in our strategy, industrial strategy, and by nature they make up a key component of our strategy. We also look into the sector of entrepreneurship and the SMEs as a big support for the service sector as well. 125 billion Saudi riyals are indirect investments in the industry sector. There are also indirect investments in order to support industry, be it in the traditional services such as transport and others, or in the new services that has come into, and we consider a part and parcel of our own industry strategy, which is to adopt the fourth revolution industry ideas, automation, AI, and others. All these sectors and subsectors produce great opportunities for entrepreneurs and the SMEs owners. Mining sector, which is also promising in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, by and large, we have identified different investments and opportunities in this sector when it comes to the exploration and discovery of the given the situation of the kingdom. There are so many opportunities for an exploration, for the investment in mining and mining resources. So there are big opportunities in the exploration and discovery for entrepreneurs, such as, like, for example, in geology and other majors, to further explore the opportunities after they develop these sites and locations. We can be with them, either partners, to expand and extend the site to better benefit from this. Mining sector equally requires a lot of services, which by nature, of course, will be distributed across all the regions of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, because this is based on the composition of the sector. To conclude, or before I conclude, because I am heading the local authority, local content authority, based on the policies and initiatives developed, whether from the preference or the pricing, preferencing and preference, or the technology transfer. Also, entrepreneurs are placed, and the SMEs owners and employers give them priorities. And also the local content, we focus on the consulting companies and localize such a sector to include all the citizens of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The local content will be such a key driver to create such opportunities, because entrepreneurs find difficulties getting into the sector, even though the product is good or the idea is good. But again, it may not be able to be in such markets. Also, the tools of the local content will further help, and also such tools like Made in Saudi Arabia, which aims and seeks, of course, to change and transform a lot of goods to be number one priority. We have identified 3 opportunities for entrepreneurs in the sector of enhancing services and export, which is of course a new sector with the Bank of Exports and Imports, which we see so many opportunities for entrepreneurs to provide consultancies and advisory service. The second sector is to market the exports. It is very important for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to expand when it comes to providing services to further explore markets, and this is something that we see opportunities are ample. And the third sector, which is the local content, and also to enhance the concept of local content, equally important. This activity, which is to provide consultancy services and consulting services and advisory representatives, this is very important referred to by His Excellency Al Khrayif, that the industry and mining are sectors made available even for the SMEs, and provides of course a lot of investment opportunities by billions of Saudi riyals, and this is an open invitation to invest in these two sectors. Your Excellency Al Jasir, what about the sector of transport and logistic services, about enablers and opportunities? As everyone is aware of the fact that SMEs represent big part of any economy, and the most important of which is that it represents a big part of innovation and renovation and development, and to work on in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia based on the big reforms that have come into play. It has become very big institutionalized effort, so there are so many initiatives that reflect the national side or aspect. So there are legislative entities to further support and enhance SMEs across different national sectors, and also financing entities with different enablers, such as, for example, the procurement system or law has certain preferences for the SMEs, and this is one of the enablement or empowerment sector or tools. Also industry or transport or others of course have their own initiatives that support these entities or institutions. Of course, the transport and the logistic services sector is an established one that goes as long as the establishment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There are so many entities that work here, and they started very small as contractors or service providers, and now they have grown more and more in this sector, and they have grown bigger and bigger. The national strategy for transport and logistics services, launched by His Royal Highness Crown Prince mid of 2021, includes different initiatives which enable SMEs. As everyone knows, that this strategy includes different investment opportunities, billions, hundreds of billions of Saudi riyals. This is part from the government and the private sector as well, and not all the projects are big that go in line with big companies. No, there are so many initiatives that go in line and perfect harmony with the SMEs. So that is why there are so many partnerships at this level. Equally important, there are a number of initiatives, of course, that support SMEs, and I may remind you of some. Which is an initiative, new initiative with the national, aligned with the national strategy that enables the logistic service sector. 1,500 licenses are all from SMEs. Also, we work in the sector to fight off back commercial concealment, and also we work with different government entities and the anti-commercial concealment committee to provide better opportunities for the SMEs. And in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, equally important in the special applications for vehicles, which is like for transportation and for the orders, and there was a kind of engagement and interaction by the SMEs, and now they have grown bigger and bigger just in a few years. and they started with ideas and great efforts, entrepreneurial efforts based on our own young people. Again, just a few months ago, we made an event or an occasion celebrating or marking all the entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial ideas in the transport and logistics services sector, which of course attracted interaction and engagement by the innovators and creators, of course, and there was like high level of competition or competitiveness. We have come up with great ideas that are considered as a good basis for upcoming projects that can be drawn on and can start like a stepping stones for a bigger project in the future. And we have also gain more ideas to be part and parcel of our own everyday transport and logistics services. Good things. So the doors are wide open for entrepreneurs and SMEs owners, and it's not just one door. It are so many doors because we are here in Biban, which means doors are widely open. Your Excellency Arabia, the services provided to the guest of Ar-Rahman for religious purposes and wide range of investment opportunities. The question is how entrepreneurship can further help to support, of course, the targets of Vision 23 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in this regard. We do know that one of the targets of Vision 2030 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is of the guest of Ar-Rahman is to make the experience richer and better. Normally, the guest of Ar-Rahman, when they come into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, normally, of course, go to the two holy mosque and they stay around the two holy mosque without anything else to do. So this is the spiritual experience, which is very good, of course, but again, it is very good as well to see Mecca and Medina and the service provided across the area and beyond the historical museums and other cultural. That is why we need to make their experiences richer, wider, better, and even when it comes to visiting the other cities around the area, like to remind themselves of their history. These two holy cities, of course, and the history rich and steeped into richness. If we go to any other world countries and we see the cities, we see that the history is much lower than the history of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia when it comes to the spirituality or religious spirituality, and also the opportunities here are really wide and ample because we do enjoy, and also the services provided such as transport, commuting, food, beverage and other things, of course, like gifts. These are all what we know as enrichment and enhancement experiences or services. So entrepreneurs can provide this, of course, into making their experiences much richer because the enhancement and enrichment tools and services are much better, and these experiences can never be forgettable. Your Excellency Al-Rajhi, we talked about opportunities made available for entrepreneurs, but also I'd like to speak a little more about the roles required by entrepreneurs and the owners of SMEs to make the economic development and growth better and better also for the national economy. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. This is a very important question, and sometimes people misunderstand SMEs when it comes to the economies in general. Today we talked about in the opening ceremony a number of the SMEs, or the number, it is 1,100,000, and I say again and I add that in this 1,100,000 more than 6,200,000 people working, which explains, and also the contribution, the percentage of contribution, which is up to 99.6%, and this is not an exception in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia across all the countries. The SMEs are the key contributory, the key driver for the economy, for job opportunities, for job creation, for the GDP. With this in mind, the interest placed on this sector and the interest of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Vision 2030 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed on this sector, of course, on this sector, entrepreneurship and their own interest, and also enable them, empowering them and to be further engaged is beyond the shadow of doubt a strategic goal that provides service for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the national economy and the job creation. Today I have been impressed in the opening ceremony. When the entrepreneurs talk in the opening ceremony, one of the entrepreneurs, I think his name is Salah Laidan, he talked about one thing: I was an employee and now I am a creator of opportunities for the economy. And instead of being an employee somewhere, I have become now an employer, creating more job opportunities for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Today, entrepreneurs, both males and females, this is something that is really, this is the top success. So job position is something that is required. But again, if we have an idea, we say that entrepreneurs may come up with ideas, and unfortunately such ideas may fade away because of hesitance. So I do advise entrepreneurs, if you have any ideas and if you're in this place or position in this forum, and all the players, all the drivers are around, all the enabler has come into play. We have heard a good announcement, 11 billion Saudi riyals are provided. With all these enablements, with all these enablers, of course you have feasibility study. Don't be hesitant, don't be reluctant. You have to come up and you have to bold, and you have to be courageous. We in the Social Development Bank, along with our own startup relationship, of course, thankfully, we have created, or the bank itself has created through these loans up to 81,000 job opportunities in SMEs in 2022. With this in mind, also we have financed 300,000 free or self-employed or free workers. We have a company that is very much interested in the new jobs, which is known as a free job, resilient job, or a remote job, or self-employed. When we say free job, it means that it is the start of the ladder. So we have financed in 2022, we have financed 300,000 Saudi males and females, of course, when it comes to giving them loans, either to be captain in Uber, or designer, or photographer, or whatever it be, any kind of self-employed. With this in mind, of course, we can say that the enablers are there, the government support has come into play, and hopefully that with these forums and conferences are all coming into play, of course, with enablement, we will be able to achieve the targets of Vision 2030 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Hopefully, Your Excellency, Your Excellency, you say that this is a hidden invitation for job dropping, and that is why people should take their own roles. I mean, with this in mind, of course, also there is also a prescription to, of course, move from the private sector or the public sector, and it's not invitation for everyone, of course, Your Excellency. What I'm saying is that those who find themselves the ability and the wish and the passion to have great ideas to be self-employed, they don't have to be reluctant or resistance, and job opportunities are there in the private sector or public sector. Your Excellency, I'll crave the support and the integration of the entrepreneurs and the SMEs owners, the relation between support and integration, please. I might have understood the question a little fuzzy. Yeah, Your Excellency would like always to philosophize. I would like to answer the way I like. So I believe today some initiatives, as His Excellency Arachi said, I do agree with him. And of course our youth and young people do not lack ideas. I see that in society or community around me there are so many ideas. So, but I again say that the ideas cannot be unless otherwise successful, unless it should be great. And today we need to see how we can enable ourselves and how we can make these ideas to make them like into reality. So through this forum, of course, we will launch the strategy of industrial business incubator, which will help, of course, the idea owners to develop their ideas and in such a way to be like more applicable. also we will announce the launch of the first business accelerator, and it will be one of the industrial cities, and this model will be repeated. The entrepreneur, of course, will be very close to the market that he or she is targeting, or to the industries or the plants and the markets, or in the industrial sector. We have another initiative which is like localization of the supply chains, which will be for the SMEs. And everyone is aware of the fact, the challenge faced by the world countries over the recent 3 years as of COVID-19 pandemic, and the disruption that happened to the supply chain, and following, of course, the war, or the Russian-Ukrainian war that has come also into play. All these events taken together and combined together ensures the correct direction of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be a very important hub when it comes to the enhancement of the world supply chains. Of course, so many opportunities have been produced either through the support of existing plants, factories, industries, to support, of course, the upstream supply chain in terms of the raw materials, or the downstream, or that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia can work with the transport system for re-export or exportation, or different manufacturing processes and operation. This sector is big one, and it's an ample, and we work with our partners such as Ministry of Investment, Ministry of Energy, and Ministry of Transport. Big and ample opportunities have come into play, and this will be, of course, launched in Biban. As for in the mining sector, there will also be an incubator to discover mining opportunities known as M3, which will shed a fresh light on, and also educate the people working on this, of course, particularly those specialized in geology or other majors, about the opportunities that they may be of great importance for such entrepreneurs or such experts, or in a simple way to enable, of course, them by the ministry. This will help the strategy of mining, and also will help and support the exploration and discovery, in order to support them as much as possible, as I've said before. So without any kind of compliment, today everyone is feeling that the youth energies and powers and forces are always creative, are always innovative. They need just to support, to be directed, to be guided. Such events, forums, of course, have such a great position to create this integration between enablers, ideas, financing, funding, and investment opportunities. Your Excellency, allow me that the answer is much better than the question. No matter how perfect the question is, your answer is much better than. Thank you so much, Mr. Engineer Saleh Al-Jas. You talked about the transport and logistic services sector as of the past depended very much on SMEs. The question is how this sector can be further supported to enhance the local content. The local content, it is, of course, placed a better attention by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Every sectoral strategy and each and every work made by a government entity the local content should be always at the core, should be considered. Any national strategy should always go in line with the authority of local content. Also, there are other initiatives and other efforts, as Abu Ibrahim is the head of the board of directors of the National Content Authority. We work in close cooperation, coordination, not at the ad-lib level, but also at the level of enhancing the local content and the national component with all the business made by the transport ecosystem. Now we have come up in the local content in the ecosystem of transport up to 41%, and we are working hard and relentlessly, of course, based on the set initiatives, of course, in order to bring this local content up to more than 60%. Great. Your Excellency Al-Rabi'a, you said that the service provided to the guest of Ar-Rahman for the SMEs, but the question is, are there other fields that can be more attractive for entrepreneurs? Definitely there are so many fields when it comes to innovation and creativity. Technical and digital services are wide. I'll cite you an example. We look into the fintech. More than 90% of those coming into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as guests, they don't have credit cards, and they need to use different things when it comes to banking operations. So these are big opportunities, of course. The investment of the fintech is so big, particularly that those people use the fintech in the home countries. So technology is there, but they are not used to using or to applying these kind of technologies or technologies. Other also applications also are very important. Another aspect, such as like gifts, we launch in cooperation with the ecosystem or system of industry made in Mecca and made in Medina, and this idea focuses on the gift making or manufacturing, which links the guest of Ar-Rahman to these two holy cities. So when we say made in Mecca, it is per se has big values for those who either give these gifts to people or receive such gifts from the guest of Ar-Rahman. So also the service of transport and logistic services, also in close cooperation with the authority and ecosystem, it is always there, and big demand. Also the accommodation of the pilgrims and the people performing Umrah, also they play such a great role in enhancing this service. So other services, the field is so big and the investment opportunity is so wide, so opportunities are there, and I believe that the number are increasing, growing over the upcoming years, and this will open more and more opportunities for entrepreneurs. Your Excellency, are there any, or is there any kind of mechanism to attract this kind of research, exploration, discovery when it comes to better understanding these investment opportunities? As I've said at the beginning, in terms of the innovation of the car platform, we of course encourage the innovators, and we are working on this of course through incubators, accelerators, the hackathon that we have launched. There are all methods in order to incentivize, motivate entrepreneurs to come up with great ideas. Great. Your Excellency Al-Rajhi, you have also talked a good example, Salih Al-Aidan. Now he has become an employer, and also I would like, still I am very much attached to my job position. But again, let's speak a bit more about the importance of a free job or self-made, or self-employed, to create more jobs in general. Beyond the shadow of doubt, today, all this kind or these types of support that have come into play, Munsha'at was established on this principle, the principle of which is to motivate people, motivate entrepreneurs, entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial ideas. And we have seen today the honored speaker, the Korean minister talked about this, and Korea is among the countries that have been successful in entrepreneurship, and I'm very happy and delighted today when we see Ministry of Commerce in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Munsha'at and ministry itself in Korea, they always based or work on establishing strategic relationship with Prince Saudi Arabia and Korea, an example of success. We can say that we can benefit from this here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Today, each and everyone understands and agrees that there is no such a mistake when it comes like that. We should seek job opportunities, and if you find yourself here in this place and you become very creative and very innovative and very successful, this is per se innovation, this is creativity, and it doesn't mean that this is to debase job positions. We know so many people working in the private sector and public sector have contributed to the advancement and development of their countries and their entities. So jobs and job positions. I would also say that the number of the Saudis working in the private sector institutions, 2,200,000 males and females, and this is such a record number. Before 3 years in the past, the number of Saudis were just 1,700,000. Today, the people working in the private sector of Saudi is, of course, more than the number of the people working in the public sector. So with this in mind, the government is not just providing job opportunities at the same volume. Now it gave the initiative to the private sector, and the private sector can, of course, achieve the target. But in the same record, we have answered your question. Can we choose between entrepreneurship and job position? Of course, no. If you find yourself in entrepreneurship much better, you have idea that is of a great importance, it is just to come to this place and then you start networking across the 9 doors to help entrepreneurs find themselves. You will find some people who can find you to crystallize and translate your ideas, to study or to conduct a feasibility study, to establish a commercial registration, and you will find people to incubate your ideas. One day, in one stage, you will find people to finance you. So also you will find so many people. Some people will say that your idea is not yet mature, and some other people will help you to crystallize your ideas, to convince your idea that your idea is consumed up, and not each and every idea can be successful. I am not, of course, especially in this, out of each 10 projects, just 2 can be successful and 8 will be failures. Your question, the 8 failures, do you think that they will come back to the private sector or public sector, will be successful in seeking jobs? Yeah, beyond the shadow of doubt. That's why I say always that my point of view is entrepreneurship, once, unless otherwise it started as early as possible, the decision will be tough and difficult, because the older it is, the better, the more difficult it will be. That is why your decision will be very difficult. So it is over, you cannot make it, it's high time. So that's why what I'm saying is that the early youth start, the better. And even sometimes they may not be accurate when it comes to calculating their steps. Commerce and trade requires to be adventurous and bold. Thank you so much. Also, the older we become, the more conscious we become. His Excellency Minister of Commerce always supposed me to open a factory. But again, Your Excellency Al-Khrayif, you also talked about that mining resources and sector is open for all sectors, entrepreneurs, SMEs. The question is, how can we invest in this field, and how can we do so, of course, in different programs, and such as like Adlib, the one that works with the ministry to encourage, of course, entrepreneurs and the SMEs owners. Probably, if we look into any institution or entity, whether in mining or in industry, if we look at SABIC or Ma'adin or Aramco, these companies cannot achieve their targets, otherwise there is a big base based on the service providers. A good example to cite is that, thankfully, today big companies, national companies such as Aramco or SABIC or Ma'adin or the electricity company, they have programs, special programs to support entrepreneurs to create and develop opportunities for them. With the direct objectives and goals of the companies in industry and in mining, and the indirect goals and objectives of company. In mining conference that we established at the beginning of this year, in its 2nd edition, and which of course attracted much audience across the world countries. Most of the mining big companies across the world have made their way, have they made presence, and also the financial companies, financing companies as well, interested in financing mining projects and programs, and others, other scientific companies, education companies as well, and also research and development companies. This edition, we decided that in this edition to create a nook or a rook or an angle which is known as technology angle, to provide technological solutions for mining. Everyone understands that mining or the mining sector has certain challenges, in terms of safety and security in environment and others. The opportunities made available to provide solutions, technical solutions to help and assist any kind of mines to be better secure and better safe for the people working in this, and also to protect environment and to enhance the capacities and capabilities of these or such mines in terms of productivity, all provide such services by the SMEs, because they are based on creativity, innovation, they use technologies. That is why in the ecosystem of the mining and industry, as I've said in more than one meetings, of course, we always bet that technology will contribute and will help us to accelerate our own targets and objectives or goals. This is number one. The second point is that it will create great opportunities, job opportunities that go in line with the interest of our own citizens, of a great return. And number three, it will establish our own future in the sector, in these sectors, whether mining or industry, that we will be such a country to develop through the research and development ecosystem, to innovate and then export technology rather than just consume technologies. To look into, or by looking into these opportunities, my piece of advice, if any, to our own citizens, for those wishing and interested in looking at opportunities to better understand these detail, these national strategies, the nature and the types of opportunities that are compared to network with the entities, and also put sufficient efforts in order to exploit and better understand the opportunities made available. We hope to be successful. We hope that they will be successful. I would like to make everyone rest assured that, Mr. Mohammed, you are still young and you still have so many opportunities yet to reap and jump into. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for this great support. Your Excellency referred to one important thing, which is the fourth industrial revolution, technologies in making jumps up to the way you make your way to the developed countries in industry. If we work in the traditional manner, I think we need more years yet to come to realize our own strategy. I need now to conclude, Your Excellency, with Excellency Ajasir. When it comes to localization and attracting the talents and the talented people who can lead the innovation creativity to make the difference inside their entities or institutions. And the question is, tell us more about the balance between entrepreneurships, males and females, Your Excellency. The key characteristic of our current age or contemporary is to enable young people, citizens of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, within a few minutes, of course, we spend with them in this forum or conference. We can have like a big level of optimism driven or driving our own young male and female young generation with much motivation, with much investment opportunities. They have great ambition and optimism, so one feels very much optimistic. As for the transport and logistic services ecosystem, one of the initiatives that is very much relevant is the Logistic Academy. The Logistic Academy is based on different initiatives for the logistic services, supported and financed by NIDLIB program. And over 18 months, we graduated 3 cohorts. And of course, it provides a training for all the businesses across, of course, transport and logistic services, including like very few job positions or jobs such as like driving trucks and vehicles, or even like preparing them for leading positions, future leading positions in transport and logistic services, and entrepreneurial jobs. Of course, the Logistic Academy started to contribute to making such opportunities. We also started with partnerships with the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development. A number of joint initiatives, and big thanks go to Ahmed Al-Rajhi, His Excellency, for the successful partnership in this regard with a number of job opportunities made, the non-traditional job opportunities, or even for financing or buying or purchasing a vehicle or trucks to support the people working in order delivery or transporting passengers. Even at the COVID-19 pandemic, there was much support to further support or help such people working to further enhance their ability to face challenges at the COVID-19 pandemic. And there is a number of initiatives in close cooperation with different entities to enhance the level of localization and the local content in the sectors of the logistic and transport services. Again, I would like to accept my appreciation and gratitude for the Excellencies participating in this panel discussion. Excellency Tawfiq Al-Rabi'a, Minister of Hajj and Umrah, His Excellency Engineer Ahmed Al-Rajhi, the Human Resources and Social Development, His Excellency Dr. Bandar Al-Khurayef, the Ministry of Industry and Mining Resources, and Mr. Salih Al-Jasir, Minister of Transport and Logistics Services. Thank you so much, you audience, for your own engagement and participation. Thank you so much.
حضورنا الكرام، نأمل منكم البقاء على
Ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly requested to remain seated. We will now open the next part, which is known as opportunity provided by the Red Sea for emerging companies in the future.
Please remain on your seats. In few moments from now, we're starting the fireside chat titled Red Sea Future Opportunities for Startups.
أهم فرصة البحر الأحمر. هنا فرص ضخمة جدا للعمل على كثير من الهبس على امتداد البحر الأحمر.
I said something at the beginning.
Drives us forward.
To us, it's a mission. Each of us has joined the Red Sea Global family because we believe in making a difference.
Let's build relationships to achieve the ultimate vision collectively. Let our diversity of experiences be our strength. We all need to be motivated.
Sustainability is no longer enough. The beautiful thing about the Red Sea is we're actually doing it. We at the Red Sea have been promoting a narrative around regenerative development.
انه وش الدي ان اي حقنا، لازم نقدم ثيم جديد، خدمه جديده مختلفه في البحر الاحمر.
حضورنا الكرام، أهلا ومرحبا بكم في هذا الحوار المباشر بين أضوى الدخيل المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي في فلك للاستثمارات، والسيد جون باغانو الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة البحر الأحمر الدولية. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this fireside chat between Adwa Dakhil, founder and CEO, Falak Investment Hub, and John Pagano, Group Chief Executive Officer of Red Sea Global RSG.
Hello, everyone. Such a pleasure to be with you today, and I'm extremely honored to have with me John Pagano, the Group Chief Executive Officer of Red Sea Global. Such a pleasure to have you with us today.
It's my pleasure too.
Thank you for making the time. What a beautiful video.
Thank you.
I think everyone in this room is extremely inspired, and everyone wants to know so much more. So allow me to start off with the first question. With such an ambitious vision, and with such an ambitious development projects, Amala, Red Sea, all of the western coasts as well along the Red Sea. The first question to you, John, is what are the values of Red Sea Global?
Well, look, the values of Red Sea Global really reflect the values of Vision 2030. You know, our goal and our job is to help deliver on that vision, to help build a vibrant society, to help diversify the economy, to help create jobs. But we have a very unique platform with Red Sea and Saudi Arabia. With the support of the leadership, we have a platform where not only are we going to, you know, change the direction of travel in the way we develop, but actually lead a global transition towards regenerative development. So we're really putting nature and the environment at the top of our agenda. It's one of our most valuable assets that sits on our balance sheet. And that's it's a new concept for people to think about. We also think very highly and strongly about people. You know, the social aspect of ESG is extremely important to us. You know, we invest heavily in our people. We're growing an organization that is going to be not only a national champion, but as our new name suggests, we're actually looking to take what we do here in Kingdom and actually do it around the world. So we're investing heavily in training. We've got people in higher education doing international hospitality management at the University of Prince Megrin. We've got vocational training. We've got 1,500 students training in hospitality and engineering and renewable energies, in airport operations. So we're creating those opportunities. And at the end of the day, it's about putting Saudi Arabia on the global tourism map. And we have such an amazing and beautiful destination, which I hope that you had the opportunity to see in that video. And the video just does maybe 10% of justice as to how beautiful the destination truly is. And we're super excited about opening our doors to visitors starting this year. In the coming months, we're going to open 3 resorts and really showcase what Saudi Arabia has to offer to the world.
Inspiring to only hear about the values, let alone the rest of my questions for you as well.
Okay.
I think this is a very interesting topic as well, especially with the previous panel being focused on SMEs, entrepreneurs, and the foundation of SMEs being the true engine of job creation and innovation. So my next important question to you is, with such a foundation and a vision that drives entrepreneurship forward, what is Red Sea Global currently doing to evolve and truly create opportunities for entrepreneurs and SMEs in the tourism space?
Well, actually, it even begins before the tourism, focus on the tourism. So the way we've decided to procure our construction and the delivery of the development has actually really promoted the growth in the SME sector. So we've taken a different approach to what is conventionally done, and that is to go strictly and directly to smaller and medium-sized companies to help build the destination. Because the larger contractors, and though we do use larger contractors, I think by opening it up to a wider playing field and actually getting these gems that otherwise get lost in the large-scale process of construction has allowed us to actually cultivate this next tier of contractors, and they will grow with us. And I think that's super exciting for us. But we also work closely with our local communities. I mean, we created a souk in Umluj where we created 30 new businesses, and we worked with these new aspiring businesses to help educate them on how to merchandise, how to price their products, how to better present their products. We even provided points of sale to help them to take credit card transactions. I mean, these are simple things that we all take for granted, but if you're not sophisticated, you're kind of excluded from being able to evolve. And in fact, we're going to start this year with an incubator with 35 local businesses that we're going to help, again, train and teach them the methods of building and growing their business, with the hope that the best businesses out of that group will go into an accelerator program that we will hope to ultimately employ within the overall Red Sea ecosystem. But the message for me to you and everybody that's attending this amazing event is the Red Sea is open for business. We welcome new ideas, new concepts, new industries. Tourism is a multi-sector industry. It's not just about hospitality. It speaks to food and catering and restaurants. It talks about mobility in all its various forms, be it land-based, marine-based, aviation-based, which I know is a favorite subject of yours. So, come and see us. We like to think of ourselves as an incubator ourselves, as an incubator of ideas, where we can trial different technologies to then maybe commercialize them and make them available not only here in Kingdom, but also around the world.
I think this is extremely exciting, especially for the entrepreneurs we have with us in this room today. Red Sea Global's doors are open. This is what John is telling you today, and they are focused on incubating ideas and SMEs to be lifelong partners. This is what I understood from you as well, which is a great vision as well. And I think this also takes me to my next question. We spoke about tourism, and we see the world right now shifting tremendously towards eco-friendly tourism, right? Where we also want to make sure we're not only correcting the previous wrongs, but we are also actually putting the infrastructures for eco-friendly tourism. We'd love to know a little bit about Red Sea Global's vision around what is eco-friendly tourism.
Well, eco-friendly tourism is really, as I said at the beginning, valuing your natural capital. I think as humanity, we've sort of exploited our natural environment to the breaking point. And I often say to people, and it sometimes sounds controversial, sustainability is no longer enough. We need to move beyond sustainability if we're going to reverse the damage that we've caused as humans. And so we've championed this new narrative of regenerative development. And as I said, we're the global leaders in regenerative development. So what does it actually mean in practice? So Red Sea, above and beyond all else, is we're going to protect and preserve, but actually seek to enhance our environment. So we've set ourselves the goal of actually increasing the net conservation benefit of our destination, the net conservation value of our destination, by 30% over the coming decades, compared to doing nothing. How do we do that? We're building the largest tourism destination in the world powered by renewable energy, 24 hours a day. We're building the largest battery storage system in order to do this. Now, why are we doing that where otherwise energy is relatively available? But if we all take our collective responsibility to actually do our bit, together we can reverse the trend. We can reverse the trend in temperatures. We can reduce, greenhouse gas emissions. We're investing heavily in protecting our beautiful coral reefs. We have the most thriving coral reef system in the world today, probably one of the last in the world today. And we're investing heavily in exploring ways to grow coral, be it artificially in the laboratory, working with Mother Nature, who is probably the best at it, but helping her along, and putting in safeguards so that we protect it. And I'm struck by one of the things that His Royal Highness said to me at the very first meeting that I had with him. And he said to me that whatever you do, you need to protect the environment so that future generations can also enjoy the splendor of the Saudi Arabian Red Sea. And I took that very seriously. I mean, it's a tremendous burden and responsibility on my shoulders, but it's something that we do take very seriously. And as you point out, consumer habits are changing. Before COVID, people were much more aware of their environment and sustainability. Past COVID, the focus is much sharper. And I think consumers are going to come to expect and demand that developers and destinations put sustainability and the environment at the forefront of their thinking. And I think the Red Sea global approach at Red Sea and at Amala are going to set us apart and really be truly a first of its kind in the world, and one that we hope others will copy.
With such a beautiful vision, I'm sure others will copy. And you spoke very sincerely about the corals and about the Red Sea. I'm a diver myself, and I dove in the Maldives. I dove all around the world. I have never seen such beautiful corals as our Red Sea. And it's so comforting as Saudis for us to know that this is being taken care of with a leadership such as yours and such as our Crown Prince's vision as well. With that being said, you touched upon a few examples of regenerative tourism and SMEs as well. We know that the small and medium enterprises are the true engine of innovation. Can you give us a few examples of how Red Sea Global is aiming to integrate SMEs within the supply chain of Red Sea Global?
Well, look, I said you know, we are open to new ideas and new concepts. So we're creating a sandbox for mobility, for autonomous vehicles. You know, we have a perfect environment in order to test that, and so it's an opportunity to bring innovators from, hopefully from the kingdom, but also from around the world, to come and develop that technology. We want to be able to be the leaders in that. We're focusing heavily on hydrogen. Hydrogen is the fuel of the future. It's going to be clean fuel. It's green hydrogen. The kingdom is investing heavily in that. We need to come up with the technology exists to create the hydrogen. What's lacking is the products that consume the hydrogen. There's very little in the automotive industry. So people coming with ideas as to how to crack that particular problem, I think, is going to be super attractive to us, and building relationships. I mean, we're experimenting with a company out of the United Kingdom that is producing a fuel cell-driven seaplane. So we'd like to have a seaplane that is going to fly consuming hydrogen, which I think would be, and we would like to be the first in the world to do it. So there's innovations around mobility, I mean energy in particular, you know, battery storage and other means by which you store electricity, I think I describe it as really going to be the fourth industrial revolution, because if we solve the energy storage problem, it unlocks, you know, a multitude of different opportunities for humanity. So I think there's lots and lots of opportunities. We're also very interested in technology to help us monitor our precious environment. You know, we're deploying a smart destination, we're creating a smart destination, and we want to deploy technology to help us monitor this vast environment. We as humans can only process so much, so we want to deploy Internet of Things sensors. We want to deploy artificial intelligence, machine learning, because with the power of technology, we can watch the environment much more closely and much more accurately. And if we see anything that is starting to deviate from what we would want to see, we can take corrective action before we cause any lasting damage. And I think that's hugely important. So opportunities in the tech space. Opportunities in direct air capture for carbon, for example, is another area that I think is of great interest to us. You know, our goal is to be net zero day one, and we can do that through the use of, you know, green mobility, whether it's electric, hydrogen, and any other sources of green energy. But there are other technologies that we need to look at to sequester more carbon so that we can offer our visitors a guilt-free trip. Aviation is still a problem, as much as I love it, and I know you do. If we could sequester the carbon that a guest generates on their trip to the Red Sea, I think it's going to make us, you know, really a super attractive proposition for the modern day traveler who is very much focused on their sustainable and environmental footprint.
Absolutely, and this is a fun fact, so please allow me to share it. But John is actually also a pilot, and you bring across nearly 40 years of international experience, which is tremendous to see. And only from this brief conversation, I can not only tell the diverse experience, but the passion, first and foremost. You have, and the whole vision of Biban is entrepreneurship, right? And innovation, the trends of the future. We would love to know, for the entrepreneurs and the SMEs in this room today, advice from you to them, whether they are in tourism, whether they want to create the next IoT devices that the Red Sea Global will end up using. What would be your advice to these entrepreneurs with us in this room today?
Well, I guess my advice to the entrepreneurs in the room would be, you know, follow your dreams, you know. And if at first you don't succeed, try again. I think if you look through history, the most successful entrepreneurs, you know, don't strike a home run on their first at bat, but they persevere. They have belief, and I think events like this is an amazing opportunity for you to take full advantage of everything that is on offer to you here. They're going to help guide you through your journey. If you're at the very beginning of your ideation phase all the way through to your growth phase, I think what Saudi Arabia is doing is amazing. I think what Monchat is doing is amazing. In fact, we're going to sign an MOU with them today because we want to work together to help promote the new entrepreneurs of the future to come up with the new solutions to the challenges that we face. But I guess my overarching message to you is follow your dreams, because dreams do come true, and I think what Monchat and the Kingdom are doing is a tremendous step towards you achieving your vision and your success.
Absolutely. So after this answer, I don't think any of us have an excuse to not follow our dreams. And I think one major blessing we have today, they always say the #1 driver of entrepreneurial success, while it is absolutely about the idea, it's also about market timing. Today in the Kingdom, we have the Red Sea Global, we have all of these amazing, ambitious giga projects as well that are incubating these innovators and these entrepreneurs. I honestly, I don't know how the time flew by.
One more piece of advice. Come see us. Don't be shy. Red Sea, of course, come to us first, but there's also other giga projects, and I encourage you to go and knock on their doors, because we don't know you exist, and you know, we're receptive to new ideas. You know, we want to be the leaders in everything that we do, and I'm sure I can speak for all my fellow colleagues across the whole of the ecosystem that is supporting Vision 2030. So don't be shy. You know, reach out to us, and we will always take a meeting with you, and we will always look to explore ways that we could work. And if you've got a great idea, we'll put it into use. We'll do a proof of concept, because that's what we want to do. We want to create this new ecosystem that supports Saudi's new tourism industry, which we hope is going to be the biggest in the world. So come to see us. Go see the other giga projects as well. But we're receptive to new ideas and fresh thinking.
No excuse, right? Can we hear the biggest round of applause? Honestly, I don't know how the time flew by. I think you have some sort of magic. When someone sits with you from your passion, time completely flies by.
It did fly by.
But I'm completely thankful. Everyone in this room is completely thankful to you. We know how busy you are, and thank you for inspiring us today and for keeping the key message. The key message that we understood from John today: the doors are open. Red Sea Global's doors are open, and they are looking for innovators and entrepreneurs. I don't think we have an excuse anymore. Thank you very much for your time. It was my honor and my privilege to be with you today, and I look forward to so much more for Red Sea Global.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
أهم فرصة البحر الأحمر. هنا فرص ضخمة جدا للعمل على كثير من الهبس على امتداد البحر الأحمر. المفروض نقدم شيء جديد.
Everybody believes and drives us forward.
To us, it's a mission. Each of us has joined the Red Sea Global family.
Be our strength. We all need to be motivated.
Sustainability is no longer enough.
The beautiful thing about the Red Sea is we're actually doing it.
we at the Red Sea have been promoting a narrative around regenerative development.
انه وش الدي ان اي حقنا، لازم نقدم ثيم جديد.
السيدات والسادة
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again in this dialogue session titled the preliminary IPO, as Mr. Mohammed Al-Tnahi will be discussing with the Director General of the Money Market Authority, Mr. Mohammed Al-Guwais. Good evening to you all, your excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this open dialogue session with His Excellency Mohammed bin Abdullah Al-Guwais, the CEO of the Capital Market Authority. Enlisting is a dream of many companies, also including the SMEs. For many, this is indeed an objective and a target. We'll talk about this issue in details with His Excellency Mr. Al-Guwais, and we'll start with the very important questions. Is to be enlisted in the Capital Market Authority, is that an objective for the SMEs, or are you looking for specific characteristics of these companies, the SMEs companies, to be enlisted? Thank you, my colleague Mohammed, and I'm honored to be amongst you today, among the pioneers and dreamers, and indeed for a long period of time, the IPO was a dream for any entrepreneur or owner of an SME, but for an extended period of time in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, that remained as a dream because the Capital Market Authority was only mainly open of major companies with prolonged history of exceptional performance, and we believe that has changed in the past 5 to 6 years as we have seen this dream transforming into a reality. And today, with the facilitation of the enlisting processes, creating the new market, the market of Numu, enlisting and IPOs of more than 50 companies that are considered SMEs companies. Now, the dream is not a dream no longer, but it's a tangible reality. Of course, the advantage of such IPOs and listing is the fact that funding, the main reason is to provide funding for the project, but also to achieve sustainability with the governance and to preserve the level of performance for the coming generation, also to attract the qualified employees of different disciplines, and how to retain such employees with different incentives. And finally, also the ease of the growth process, because if a company is listed in the Capital Market Authority, they can utilize a very important weapon, which is the stocks, engage in mergers or acquisitions for the companies to further develop themselves. And of course, this becomes a dream for many companies. Despite that fact, the IPOs and listing are not deemed appropriate for most of the companies. There are four main requirements needed to be fulfilled to ensure the ability to be listed. Of course, also the declaration. Would I declare to many of the investors the details and the financial details needed, and some other companies might be ready for this process, other companies might not be. The other aspect is the governance and sharing the decision-making process, because part of the IPO is to move from the centralization of the decision to be decentralized to the different bodies within the company, board of directors, the executive management, and so forth. The stability of the business model and the stability of the funding. Any company listed in the Capital Market Authority mainly have more stability compared to other companies. And the fourth aspect that is of great importance is to differentiate between what is owned by the company and what is owned by the actual owners of the company. And with the SMEs, normally we see a mix-up in these concepts, and this is a very important concept to understand and how to differentiate between the two concepts. And the dealings between the two partners should be governed by a relationship with other parties. As the company is capable to fulfill the four requirements, we believe that they are indeed ready to be listed. This enhances transparency and also enhances the trust of their clients. If a SME company that have all these characteristics, what are the phases undergone by these companies before being enlisted or before the IPO process? The company need to enlist or IPOs in the market. Normally this journey takes 3 phases. The first phase is the phase of preparation, second phase is presentation, and third is the actual IPO. The preparation starts by taking the decision of being enlisted and the initial public offering, then hiring the consultants to ensure their readiness for the enlisting process, and assigning the different positions in the company, forming the committees, the board of directors. Mostly the first phase in general takes a period of 6 months, on average 6 months. This phase ends by formulating the memorandum of IPO needed to be prepared by all the different accounting and financing departments. After this memorandum is drafted, now we move on to the presentation with all the requirement documents, and then the authority will review these documents requiring amendments or additional documentation, and this phase takes a period of 120 days. And there is also a relationship between the preparation and the review processes. The more the review process is prolonged, the preparation decreases, and the opposite is also right. And then the authority will take a decision either by the approval of the IPO or the listing, despite the fact that we've seen an increase in the momentum of enlisting IPOs. Also the rejection decisions also increased. Last year we rejected 20 up to 21 companies. After the presentation, we enter into the third phase, which is the most important, and that is the IPO. It is a very pivotal phase for the company as they meet with the potential investors, and the strong conviction of the investors of the pricing of the company that will determine the level of the success of the company. And the initial public offering and the time frame for this phase is approximately 70 days. We are talking about the journey that extends to a full year. If the company fails to receive the required approvals or the did not attain all the requirements of the enlisting and the IPO, do they have any other resources or solution that can resolve to? As we are gathered today in the Biban conference, one of the 9 doors, if you may, is the funding door, and this door is basically 9 sub doors: the enlisting and the IPOs in the Capital Market Authority. As far as the life cycle of the project, what are the 9 different fields from the inception of the company to the late stages and the mature stages of business practices? The first domain is the domain of relatives and family. Normally the investors start with their own funds, the funds of their families and family. But they need to be in a good financial position. Any entrepreneur or any investor in a company, it'd be of hardship to invest in a certain company if the owner himself does not, or herself does not, invest in that specific company. That foreign investor will not trust the company if the owner themselves do not participate or contribute to the actual funding. And then we enter into the angel investment phase, which is an entity or an individual with extended experience in entrepreneurship, and they want to provide support for these projects, to provide all types of support. This is the second phase. The third phase, the development funds, and we engage in many discussions about great efforts in development, be it the real estate development fund or the industrial development fund, the tourism fund, in accordance with the preparation for the project and after fulfilling all the requirements. Some of the development funds, now we move on to the commercial funding, that is the funding of the banks, be either commercial or other programs supported by government entities. Of course, these are the 4 funding channels, not through the capital market. They have direct channels, and after that phase we enter into the financing or funding challenge through the capital market. The crowdfunding became a very important source of the entrepreneurs to receive fund, and maybe one of the most important platforms that provide funding is the different crowdfunding platforms: 6, the venture capital, and the direct investment funds, as they invest institutionally, but they do have requirements that their financing requirements should reach a certain limit. After that phase, we enter into the phase of the private IPOs, as a number of investors not to enlist directly in the market authority, and this is a phase before being enlisted in the capital market. We're now entering into the 8th phase, which is the enlisting and the IPO in the capital market, and maybe for some of the successful companies there's an additional channel, which is the different debt instruments such as sukuk and other debt instruments. Normally we find that the sequencing of the companies, they seek funding in this sequence. The listing and the IPO in the capital market is one of the last phases to receive funding for such companies, because there are more requirements, more declarations, and mostly if I'm acting as an entrepreneur, it's of great importance to identify and to understand the concept of receiving the investors as one receiving guests in their house, to explain the principles of governance before we expand to the IPO that will enlarge this circle of investors and also expand the responsibilities of the other parties, be it individual responsibilities or legal responsibility. 2 additional questions and a third questions that I will keep till the end before we give the opportunity to the our distinguished audience to direct questions to His Excellency, the General Director of the Capital Market Authority. We've heard from the ministers and all the efforts of the ministries. What are the true enablers in the capital market for enlisting the IPOs? There are two paths of enablers. That is the organizational enablers that we spent great effort in the 70s to facilitate the IPO process, not only receiving and accepting the major companies, but also to accept the entrepreneurship companies and the SMEs, be it by reviewing the requirements or mitigating and some of the requirements, be it as far as the procedures, or to increase at the base of the financial consultants. Now we have seen great expansion of utilizing the services of the financial consultants and other organizational enablers to create and launch an inclusive market such as normal market, receiving the entrepreneurs and the SMEs with less requirements, with more ease before the enlisting and after the listing. The third facilitation process is to add incentives to such programs. I'll give an example of a program that many government entities participated in, as they incentivize companies in enlisting and IPO processes to ensure that incentives are made available for these private sector companies, including incentives related to Industrial Development Fund, incentives related to the Zakah Authority, other incentives highly correlated and linked to the government entities, as these entities are well aware that companies that had fulfilled all the requirements, the risks are less had that company been an unlisted company. Fintech and digital transformation regarding providing support for the youth in this field. In the fintech, maybe we are wearing two hats. The first hat that is similar to other sectors. There are specific funding channels, but in fintech, maybe it's dear and closer to our heart because we regulate this sector, and the fact that the compatibility of organization and the legislation made this field one of the fastest growing fields in the capital market. Taking into consideration the funding, the number of companies engaging in these processes, and maybe this great diversification that we're witnessing in this market is a true reflection of the exceptional activities of the fintech. One of the channels of funding through the crowdfunding platforms, at the end of the day, it's a fintech, and these companies did not exist in the past 5 or 6 years, and these companies did achieve success, and through their success they were able to provide funding to other companies because they become a part of that crowdfunding platform. The record number is less than, or the record time frame is less than 30 seconds. Companies that entered this platform, the crowdfunding platform, within 30 seconds, and this is a true accomplishment made by the fintech sector, hoping that to give the entrepreneurs the fuel, if you may, to translate their dreams into reality. The trust of the clients, of the investors, and an attracting point to further develop these investment activities. Now I'll give the opportunity to the distinguished guest, the audience, to pose any questions for His Excellency. Please be upon him. Previously, you mentioned that last year it was an approval of 51 companies and the reduction of 20 to 21 companies. Two questions. First, what are the most prominent standards of acceptance and rejection of the authority, Capital Market Authority? The second question, do you believe that the cost of the preparation of the IPO is the reason that many companies or many SMEs companies abstain from delving into that journey of IPO? Your Excellency, you might choose one question to give an opportunity to more questions to be received. The acceptance and rejection in the past, when there were few numbers being enlisted in the authority was keen not to reject any company, as we continue to work with those companies closely, providing them with suggestions and remarks. And maybe a company went through 22 cycles of review until they reach that level of preparation of IPO. Now the system is seeing a change, and a part of that change is the number of the companies that needed to be enlisted is greater. 80 files of listing on IPOs, and maybe the financial consultants are working another 30 files. So therefore, we are seeing a development in the system of the financial consultants. What's accepted now that the level of preparation should be higher for these entities and all the files provided for IPOs, and now the authority is working relentlessly to shorten the time frame as the file either be ready, the IPO, after 2 to 3 cycles, or if we don't see a high level of readiness, that file will be rejected. But giving them additional time to prepare their file in future cycles. Most of the issues related to the rejection of these files are pertaining to these 2 files, the declaration and the governance of the company. And the declaration are not accurate, specifically in their financial statements and their compatibility with the accounting standards or the minimum requirements of governance, and also the requirements of the IPO. Normally, those are the companies that receive a rejection decision. It seems like in this session we covered most of the questions. Your Excellency, you promised me to answer with transparency all the questions that will be asked in this. Which stock you see that is the best and should invest in, be it local or global? We acting as a referee. You cannot ask us about the result. You can ask us if there's a foul or an out or a penalty kick. I use that analogy. So we are acting as a referee in this game. If you may, an advice to you all. If he didn't give us direct advice, I will say we should invest in Biban. His Excellency Mohammed bin Abdel Al-Guaid, the General Director of the Capital Market Authority, or the CEO of the Capital Market Authority. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thanks.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this keynote titled Investing in Technology, What Investors Are Looking For. Presented by Liam Zhao, Chairman of the Board of Huawei Tech Investment, Saudi Arabia.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's my honor to meet you all here. As His Excellency the Minister said, small and medium-sized enterprises are playing increasingly important role in Saudi Arabia's economy. In Vision 2030, the GDP contribution of SME is aiming to expand from 20 to 35%. There's no doubt that we are going to see more and more opportunities and collaboration for SME in this great nation. Huawei shares the same vision and objectives with Biban: attract, connect, and achieve. In the age of digital economy, Huawei's global SME business strategy intends to increase investment in the SME market, driving partners to achieve business success by more than 30-year technology investment. On the scene, I would like to share with His Excellency the ministers and partners about our solution and contributions, and how to unleash the potential of SME by innovative technologies. For enterprise, Huawei is committed to facilitating digital transformation for industries, with partners in finance, government, transportation, and energy sectors. We have already achieved some success together. So far, we have developed more than 100 solutions for a wide range of industry scenarios. In the recent concluded LEAP 2023 event, Huawei announced that a new cloud region in Saudi Arabia will be launched to boost digital economy for government, corporate, and individual in KSA, providing access to have more advanced and secured cloud services. Choosing Huawei means 3 levels of advantages for SME owners. Firstly, SME can significantly reduce cost by using Huawei Cloud services. For SME, Huawei Cloud offers a suite of cloud-based office applications, including email, online storage, and collaboration tools. This solution can help SME reduce infrastructure cost, increase productivity, and improve collaboration between employees. With $400 million investment in the next 5 years in the kingdom, Huawei Cloud will be able to continuously fulfill the demand of the region, ensuring highest availability to our cloud services. Huawei shares technical expertise across many fields to more enterprise, so they can leverage Huawei's technology to accelerate innovation without having to invest millions in R&D to reinvent the wheel. Secondly, SME will gain industry experience through Huawei Cloud services. We have already launched 11 scenario-based solutions in key sectors. We'll work with our partner to instill successful experience and best practice of digital transformation from different industries into digital assets. With Huawei Cloud, we build industry applications and workflow platforms, so partners from different industries can easily and smartly leverage those digital technologies to accelerate its own growth. In the AI field, Huawei Cloud has developed large-scale pre-trained models, which are designed to unify and simplify AI applications. In the process of AI development, countless business opportunities will emerge, and the overall efficiency improvement in every corner of society may be far beyond our imagination today. To better experience our cloud services, I highly recommend you visit our smart office system Idea Hub in Huawei booth, which is based on our leading technology stack and rich experience in SME scenarios. Idea Hub can replace video conference terminal, projector, and whiteboard by only one device. And the industry-leading technology with bring your own meeting and Wi-Fi 6 direct projection features allow the user to transmit the meeting from laptop to the Idea Hub easily. Last but not least, Huawei always encourage open collaboration and to be a main contributor in local ecosystem, especially for SME. we initiated Huawei Cloud Startup Program, which is aiming to empower global startups. It's dedicated to helping startups migrate to cloud services at a very low cost and boost agile innovation. Specifically, the program offers up to 150,000 US dollar voucher for the eligible startups. With the joint leverage of Huawei's internal resource and external ecosystem, this program is expected to help more domestic startups to realize the dream on cloud. Additionally, Huawei is also keen to support and equip our partner with greater capability to help customers for achieving digital success. It has made significant progress in solution development, enablement, and talent ecosystem building. Huawei assigned a total of 600 joint solution developers in 11 open labs all over the world. So far, the program has yielded 2,400 industry calls, covering 9 roles and 11 scenarios, 1,500 professional partners worldwide, and 1,400 internal and external trainers. Until now, Huawei has worked with 440 colleges and universities in the region, and cooperated with more than 20 ministries and commissions, with more than 35,000 people being trained and over 9,000 being certified by Huawei in ICT areas. Huawei has been present in Middle East for over 2 decades and has been providing open, flexible, and secure ICT infrastructure to bridge the digital divide for more and more SME. In 2023, Huawei will continue to work together with partners to help more SME customers transfer digitally and achieve business success. There's so much potential out of there and many challenges ahead of us. If we work together, we can grow together. And together we can grow stronger. And finally, we wish the Entrepreneurship World Cup finalists a great success. Thank you all and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker is Anna Joban-Brett, the Secretary of the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, speaking about international trade law for MSMEs.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to be here and to join this incredible event at Biban. You may be wondering what the Secretary of a United Nations body is doing here in this place which is vibrating with new technology, innovation, and artificial intelligence. Well, we are trying in our way at the international, at the global level, to work on an enabling framework for innovation, for startups, for MSMEs, and also for electronic commerce. And so what I'll do, if you allow me, is to give you a glimpse of what we're doing currently in UNCITRAL, in this United Nations Commission, to enable and facilitate the development of MSMEs and of electronic commerce. I'm here basically for 3 reasons. I'm here first to pay a tribute to the government of Saudi Arabia, who is one of the very active players in the UNCITRAL Commission. The government is, like many other governments that are sending their delegates and experts to UNCITRAL working groups and to the UNCITRAL Commission, the government of Saudi Arabia is very committed to developing an enabling framework for its MSMEs. It has done so in the past. The Biban that we see today, both for e-commerce and for the support to MSMEs, is a testimony of this engagement, of this commitment by the government of the kingdom. But it's also important to see the commitment of the government to exchange best practices, to exchange with other governments around the globe, because basically we are all confronted to the same problems, to the same issues when it comes to MSMEs and when it comes to enabling them to embrace the 4th industrial revolution and to enter fully the digital economy. So let me very briefly tell you what we're doing currently in the Commission, and then I will tell you what the 3rd reason is for me to be here. So the 2nd reason is to explain what we're doing currently, and here we are working on basically supporting MSMEs, supporting them because they are the ones that are contributing most to the employment. They're the ones that are the fabric of the economy of most countries in the world, and Saudi Arabia is, of course, a testimony of it. It's also the fact that these very small companies are the ones that need nurturing, supporting, and fostering, and the fact that enabling these MSMEs to evolve in the international context is also part and parcel of the government's and of the United Nations role. Now, we're trying to develop tools for MSMEs throughout their life cycle. We are looking at the various stages of what it takes for an MSME to be set up, to be established, to be registered, to access credit, to access markets, to conclude and to ensure that the contracts they enter into are actually performed, to resolve disputes. Unfortunately, like any other economic actor, MSMEs are also facing disputes and have limited resources in that context. And last but not least, which is the more unfortunate part of it, is to deal with insolvency and difficulties that these companies encounter and ensure that it's not a death sentence, but that there is a possibility to start again, because that is also what makes the fabric of MSMEs. So within this life cycle of MSMEs, you have various instruments that are developed by UNCITRAL, by the body I work for and represent here today. And these instruments are in the form of legislative guides. So we have developed over the years a number of legislative guides, the first on key principles for a business registry. And I know that Saudi Arabia is particularly keen and active in the establishment of such a registry and a one-stop shop which takes into account not only the big ones, not only the foreign investors, but also the very small companies that you need to take by the hand to help them move from the informal part of the economy, the informal sector, into the formal sector of the economy, where they're going to be benefiting from all the support that the government provides. So this first guide on business registry was developed in 2018. It has, of course, as a main feature and characteristic to facilitate access to registration and information, to simplify the registration process, to make it as cost-effective and as little burdensome as possible, to establish some rules in terms of liability of the register operators, and to ensure that there is proper and smooth and harmonized operation of the system. You will have also available already a legislative guide on insolvency law for micro and small enterprises. And this insolvency guide has been developed, unfortunately, during the COVID-19 pandemic, where so many of the very small entrepreneurs and the very small actors in the economy have had to face major difficulties. And the objective was indeed to establish more simplified rules for MSMEs facing insolvency cases, but also making sure that they provide for the ability to bounce back and to go back into the economy and to get a second and sometimes even a third chance. And we are working currently on a draft guide on access to credit for MSMEs. This guide is meant to compile in a legislation, a piece of legislation, all the elements that facilitate access to credit for MSMEs. So be it existing frameworks like the one you have already here in Saudi Arabia, which is about secure transactions, movable security, when you don't have immovable goods that you can put up as security for loans. Also the fintech elements that enable access to credit, but also new forms of access to credit, for example, through crowdfunding, or through open platform partnerships. So all these different elements are being compiled together. We are identifying, of course, first the challenges that these companies are faced, but we are also focusing on making the best of the access to credit around the world available for these very small companies in a comprehensive piece of legislation. So that is really what I wanted to share about what Ancestral is doing currently, keeping in mind that MSMEs, whether they are operating domestically or whether they are operating at the international level, are anyway faced with a global marketplace. They're not competing only against the neighbor who is manufacturing the same goods and making them available, but they are now, through e-commerce, absolutely competing against actors and against other MSMEs from around the globe. So it's really essential to build the infrastructure, the legal infrastructure that will enable these MSMEs, and that is what the government of Saudi Arabia in our forum, in the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, is doing very actively and with full commitment. So it's, as I said, a tribute, and that was my second reason. And the third reason for being here is to be amazed and be dazzled by all the opportunities and all the new projects and the new forms of doing business that we see, which for me is a complete eye-opener. And it's so with full humility that I'm here to learn, listen, and see. And I thank you very much for your attention.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker is Philip Bahushi, the founder and CEO of Magnet, speaking about a look back at the evolution of VC in MENA, with a focus on the opportunities in 2023.
Good evening, everybody. Absolute pleasure to be here today. It's It's great to see the energy, the excitement, and to see what's happening here in Saudi Arabia. I'm honored to have been invited, and what I want to try and do is give everyone a little bit of a look back and a little bit of positivity looking forwards on what's happening in the state of venture capital here in the region. My name is Philip Ahoshi. I'm actually the CEO of Magnet. We are a venture data platform that covers all investments that are happening across the Middle East, Africa, Pakistan, Turkey, and soon we'll be including Southeast Asia. Every one of these charts from the reports you can download, and I'll put the QR code at the end as well. Before we jump into what we have looking forwards, let's just take a step back. This is the first time my team actually pulled this chart off. This is the 10-year evolution of venture capital investments across the whole of the MENA region. When you look at the CAGR, which is the compounded annual growth rate, you can see that over 10 years, it was about 37% year-on-year growth. And just in the last 5, about 30%. That's staggering. It's almost exponential when you look at it in terms of capital deployment. What's more staggering is when you see what's happening here in Saudi Arabia. This is the exact same chart, but looking at the capital invested in companies located here in Saudi Arabia. The 10-year CAGR is even lower than the last 5 years, showing that the real acceleration of investment activity has been very recent, which still has a huge amount of growth to come. But what's been happening in the last couple of quarters is quite interesting. When you look at the MENA region, coming out of COVID, globally you're seeing increased liquidity, lots of investment, all of that tailing off into what we call mega deals, which are these $100 million plus investments in the last couple of quarters. Similarly, when you look at Saudi Arabia, you can really see that last year alone was a record investment year, which saw close to $1 billion of investment here in the kingdom for high-growth tech companies. This chart looks at the breakdown of the top 5 geographies when you aggregate all investment and the number of transactions that took place. The UAE, which clearly had a slight advantage starting a little bit earlier back in 2013, ranks first, taking 25% of the deals. But 17%, where it's only been really active in the last 3 years, comes from Saudi alone. And in fact, when you look at it in terms of the actual capital deployed, it ranks second. So really, this shift in activity is pointing to a growth of the ecosystem here in Saudi Arabia. Who are these companies that are raising funds? We all talk about these big rounds, mega rounds. These are the most funded companies in the last 10 years in MENA, where we've seen Kitopi raising some of the biggest rounds, funded by SoftBank. Careem, for instance, which is now exited. EMPG, which is one of the largest real estate plays. But when you come to Saudi Arabia, you also have large, late-stage companies, as they have their unicorn program that's being developed, that have raised considerable rounds in the kingdom. And if you just look at some of the exits, this is one of the most important things we need to see to catalyze the ecosystem. Unicorns are great, we want to see lots of them. But any exit creates positive externalities and positive impact to the ecosystem. And you can date some of those back to 2004 or 2009, the famous Maktub acquisition by Yahoo. You had Souk that was acquired by Amazon, Careem and Uber, and others that weren't necessarily big unicorn acquisitions, but showing the signs that regional players can be bought by international acquirers. But I want to bring it a little bit close to home now. What happened last year? Now, I don't need to be an economist to kind of highlight some of the geographical trends, the macroeconomic challenges that we faced. A lingering pandemic, we had a global war, soaring inflation, monetary tightening of increased interest rates, stock market corrections, tech layoffs, and a crypto crash. That is not a particularly pleasant environment, and clearly that's impacted the venture capital space. How do we look compared to the rest of the world? Well, on the surface, about $7.2 billion was invested in what we coin as the emerging venture markets that I mentioned: Africa, the Middle East, Pakistan, and Turkey, with only 4% drop in the number of deals. But again, really, we can't compare that to what we see in the US. Close to $200 billion of investment. Europe saw $80 billion of investment. Now we start looking at slightly more emerging geographies. Asia still saw 100 million, and LATAM, a similar emerging region, saw close to what we see here in the region. But more interestingly, you see all of them saw massive, significant drops, close to 50 or 60% of investment capital, and around close to 10% drop in investment deals. Whereas here, we saw more or less flat in the MENA region, and Africa was flat as well. What drove that investor behavior? Well, really, when you look at the surface, it was flat. But this is very interesting. You chart out the quarterly evolution, and you saw that Q1 of last year was a record quarter for investment capital. Now, all that liquidity that was driving into the ecosystem in 2021 came to fruition at the beginning of 2022. But then you saw successive drops in capital. How does that compare to the rest of the world? Well, they actually saw exactly the same pattern, but they went back one quarter. That record quarter, and this is from a global publication talking about global funding, happened in Q4 of 2021. So in reality, we're seeing a very similar trend to what you saw in the global landscape coming to here. And as a result, you can pretty much predict that you're going to see this continuation. As we predict out this quarter, it is going to be a slight slowdown in investment activity, and we predict that this is likely to continue at least into Q2 and Q3 before things pick up again. But I don't want to paint such a negative picture. There are what we want to try and highlight 5 key areas of opportunities that if you're a founder, if you're a startup, if you're a government, if you're a corporate, that you should look to try and identify and really double down on in the next 9 months. Number one, if you're raising Series A right now, you're in a unique position to be in a sweet spot. What do I mean by that? This chart looks at which rounds investors have been investing in by the size of the investment. And as you can see across the whole of the MENA region, the round size between 1 to 5 million, usually categorized around a seed Series A investment, is where more investors are deploying capital. Now, against the backdrop of what I've just said, investors get a little bit risk off. So what do? They're not very keen on investing in very, very early startups. And when you get to late stage investments, you've got lots of down rounds and a lack of capital to do huge Series B and Series C. But when you get to Series A or seed, if you assume realistic valuations, which we have not seen for the last 24 months, but actually go in with confidence that it really doesn't matter whether you're going to be valued at 20, 21, 22 million and spend less time negotiating but accepting the terms, you will be able to weather the storm of the next 12 to 18 months and come out stronger when the liquidity comes back. That trend is also similar to what's happening here in Saudi Arabia, where that sweet spot continues to grow. Number two, it is clear that valuations are returning to what they were pre-pandemic. Now, if you're an investor, that's music to your ears. If you're a founder, you need to come to the realization that this is becoming a little bit of the norm. Having said that, that makes it really interesting for you when you're raising rounds to go in with confidence that if you're comfortable with that valuation, you're more likely to be able to raise that capital. And if you're looking to be acquired, be realistic about what it is that you're looking for. How does that translate in numbers? This chart looks at what concentration the largest deals are taking. And as you can see, in all cases and in all geography, less investment is going to the late stage investment deals and more to the early stage. The reality is that in every geography, we're seeing less investment deals and less investment capital later in the year than we saw at the beginning, as I pointed to earlier. That in line leads to, if you take every one of these geographies, UAE, Saudi, Egypt, Nigeria, Pakistan, Turkey, a whole array from across the ecosystem, the median investment round size at the beginning of last year for 4 out of 6 geographies were higher than the end of the year. Exactly the same when you're looking at the mean. So effectively, you're seeing a renormalization of valuations which were inflated during the last 2 years. Thirdly, I think you're in the greatest place to be looking to raise funds if you're looking to. It is very clear that government focus and government policy will drive investment capital in the region. And governments that have a clear mandate for innovation, clear mandate for venture capital, will continue to see growth year on year. So here, where you see some geographies seeing a drop in investment activity, not only is it difficult environments, but there's a lack of government support. And here, where you see Saudi Arabia, for instance, one of the only geographies in the top 3 or 4 to see year-on-year growth of 72%, those policies and those actions are driving change. So it's important when you see, for instance, that we publish these reports, where's the investment capital being deployed? Where should you be locating yourself if you're looking to raise funds? One key area that I'm very excited about is that you're likely to see more engagement from Southeast Asia. We had the minister earlier coming from South Korea. There's delegations that are coming from Singapore. If you came to several of the events, you see people coming from Japan, China. Why is that important? International investors take off the burden of the need for the funding to come locally. As you can see across the whole of the region, we're seeing more appetite from international investors in our region than ever before. In fact, when you look at the 6 of the 10 most active investors, and if you're looking to raise, take a picture. These are your hot list of investors to go and reach out to. Many of them are investing across geographies. And not only that, many of them are deploying a lot of capital. But when you look at the concentration, it's still quite heavily skewed to local-based investors. Even when you look at Saudi Arabia, Saudi-based investors. But the point that I'm going to highlight is, clearly right now there's an opportunity that's being developed to bring the corridor between Southeast Asia and the Middle East. Last year alone saw more Southeast Asian investors investing in MENA-based companies than any previous year. Given the removal of the COVID restrictions, there is more mobility and there's more access to startups and the capitals that exist here. When you speak to Asian investors, or more importantly, the Asian startups, they want exits. Here in the region, you want scale and growth. These are the opportunities that exist when you look at synergies, acquisitions, investment opportunities, and very interestingly, the demographics of scale that exist here in the region with a fragmented market, capital located in 1 or 2 geographies, but large populations in others, is very similar in Southeast Asia. Singapore can be likened to what you see in the UAE, a hub of capital with a very small population. But Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam all become massive opportunities for growth. So if you are getting to late-stage investment, you are looking for new horizons, you're looking for IPO opportunities, these growth opportunities become very interesting for you, and you should be engaging with these Southeast Asian investors as they come to the region. And finally, I believe that this year will continue to be a year of exit opportunities. Either if you're a startup who is struggling to raise funds or has spent a lot of time building your company and want to seek a new opportunity, now is the time to reach out to potential acquirers. If you're a well-funded company located here in Saudi Arabia and you want scale, I've just told you that valuations are coming down. Therefore, if you want to acquire a company that's potentially in Pakistan, big delegation that's outside here, in Nigeria, Kenya, UAE or Egypt, now is the time to look to try and identify these companies and look for inorganic growth while the valuations are cheaper. This will naturally lead to further consolidation and further exits in the ecosystem. And you are probably likely to be stronger together than trying to struggle alone. And when you look at the Middle East, it has been last year a record year. Now, I can't speak to the investor angle of this, that necessarily every investment deal has proved ROI for startups, but it's better to be acquired than for the company to go bust. And an acqui-hire creates a success story for the founders, it creates success stories for the employees, and in the end, it's a return on the time and effort. And ultimately, even here in Saudi Arabia, it's still very early to see accelerated exits from the region, but what we are seeing is many companies being lined up for IPOs. As they get to the scale and they get to growth, those also become opportunities for exits. We focus here on mergers and acquisitions, but clearly there's also the opportunity for IPOs for the years ahead. And as you can see, Saudi companies, this is what we call cross-pollination, cross-geographical exits that are happening. Either Middle Eastern companies acquiring Turkish companies, Pakistani companies acquiring Middle Eastern companies, African companies acquiring other African companies, or the whole remit that exists. Saudi companies are players in this space, and the majority of the cases tend to be the acquirers of other companies within other geographies. This is a massive opportunity for the next couple of months. So before I jump into how Magnet can help, I just want to highlight those opportunities. We've seen phenomenal growth in the ecosystem until now. I expect that that will continue to be phenomenal growth. And if I give this presentation in 10 years' time, I expect that to be 3-5 times bigger than what it is today. It would be wrong for me to say that this year will be easy. There will continue to be challenges. But seeking those opportunities at Series A, seeking those opportunities in geographies that want to focus on venture, seeking those opportunities of being reasonable in your valuations, either for investment or for acquisition, is key. And if you're interested in getting any access to this, through the platform, you can identify those companies, you can map out the state of the ecosystem, you can get data on any valuation or investment round that exists on the platform, or if you just want to download the report to get access to the information, that's the QR code to be able to access this. Thank you very much for listening. I'll be around for a little bit more, but enjoy the event, enjoy the energy that exists, and I look forward to seeing you again in a couple of years, hopefully, to see the growth of the ecosystem. Thank you very much.
السيدات والسادة الكرام برنامج
Ladies and gentlemen, our program is yet to end, and now we resume our program in a few minutes. We will engage in a direct discussion titled A Nation That Help New Established Companies Thrive.
Continue with our program with a fireside chat titled Scale Up Nation, Building a Thriving Ecosystem for Tech Startups. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ الآن الحوار المباشر بعنوان وطن يرتقي بشركات التقنية الناشئة عبر منظومة مزدهرة. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to start a fireside chat titled Scale Up Nation, Building a Thriving Ecosystem for Tech Startups. السيدات والسادة الكرام، أهلا ومرحبا بكم. نحن على موعد الآن.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Now we start a fire chat talk titled A Country That Assists and Raise at the level of performance of the startups in a thriving ecosystem. And this dialogue between Mr. Latif Al-Anan, the CEO of Endeavor Saudi Arabia, and Engineer Haytham Al-Ohali, His Excellency, the Deputy Minister of Communication and Information Technology. Peace be upon you. Peace be upon you, and we thank you for staying with us till this late hour. أشكرك معالي. قبل أن نبدأ حديثنا بموضوع اليوم.
Be a scale-up nation, building a thriving ecosystem for the tech startups. And allow me, before we start our conversation with His Excellency, to brief you about our guest. Haytham Al-Ouhali was appointed Vice Minister of Ministry of Communication and Information Technology in 2018. Prior to his appointment, the Vice Minister held a number of senior management positions at Cisco, Saudi Arabia, finishing his time in the organization as Managing Director. While Managing Director, His Excellency managed both public and private sector partnerships, playing an active role in client digital transformation journeys. In this role, His Excellency assisted clients from across the government, healthcare, education, and national security and defense. He was also a longtime member of Cisco Saudi Arabia's CSR board. Prior to joining Cisco in 2006, His Excellency was Deputy GM for ECDL Foundation, where he focused on the education sector and helping establish IT literacy programs. His Excellency holds a bachelor degree in electrical engineering from Seattle University. Thank you for joining us tonight.
It's a pleasure, لطيفة. السلام عليكم جميعا. أسعد الله مساءكم بالخير.
I'm so glad I was asked to moderate this session because the topic is dear to my heart, and especially how can we focus our ecosystem development, especially in the tech sector, moving from just striving to start companies, moving to enabling them to scale and scale big. But let's start our conversation to talk about why startups. Why startups matter to policymakers across the globe.
Thank you, Latif. I think a good question to start the session with. So if you look at what startups have been about and what they have produced over the last 20 years, I think it really caught the attention of governments and policymakers because of their social economical impact. And I can sum probably the two most important impacts of startups on the economy in two folds. First of all, they're key into economical growth, as well as the second part, which is creating job. I'll tackle the first part first. Economical growth. If we look at the what WIF estimates as the value created by startups, it's an equivalent of a G7 nation. It is that much value creation in the economical system. If we look at the S&P 500, the average age of a company or the life of the company in the 50s and the 60s, it was around 61 years. Today, the average age of a company in the S&P 500 is just 18 years. 2 of the top 10 companies in the S&P 500 are less than 20 years old, Meta and Tesla. And we know for a fact that in the next 5 years, 75% of the S&P companies, as we know it today, will not exist. They will be replaced by smaller, younger startups that will come and replace the bigger companies. So a lot of growth is coming, economical growth is coming, and value creation from these startups and unicorns. The second fold to the interest from governments and policymakers is the growth into the job market. Today in OECD countries, 20% of companies are considered small or micro. However, 50% of the new jobs that are created in these countries come from startups and micro businesses. And if we look specifically on those companies that have transformed to become unicorn or didacorn or even bigger, I'll take an example of ByteDance. ByteDance, which did not exist 11 years ago, today employs 120,000 people. These are astonishing facts. And as we can see, those transformative companies, the micro and small startups that really grew and became unicorns and beyond, they're only 4% of the micro and small companies. However, they create half of the jobs in a country like France, for example. So economical growth and job creation is why startups are very, very important to any country's growth.
Amazing. And I think a key message here is not just startups, but actually scale-ups.
Absolutely.
Who contribute the 4%.
Absolutely. A great example, which I mentioned, is the ByteDance example. So
amazing.
120,000 people and I think more than $60 billion in revenue. So that's quite a testament.
When we look at the Vision 2030 and our goal to move from diversify from our dependence on oil and inshallah reaching an innovative and knowledge-based economy, how do you see tech startups in specific impacting the vision?
So on a macro level, if we look at the importance of SMEs and startups, the aim of the vision is to move from a 20% contribution to GDP to 35%. This is in general, but if we zoom in specifically to tech startups and startups in the ICT sector in general, it is even more profound and more important. And the reason is our digital economy is growing faster probably than the normal economy. And the new business models that are being generated create wealth, create jobs, create opportunity in other sectors as well. A great example of that is Jazz, for example, which created 200,000 plus jobs in the delivery business. Companies like Sella and Zed help companies transform to e-commerce and thus a big spillover effect into the logistics sector and creating jobs there. So the WIF estimates that 70% of the value created globally over the next 10 years is going to come from digital new business models. And that's why we're focusing a lot of it in Saudi Arabia.
On tech-enabled businesses, amazing. We recently saw, especially with the global economic situation, the slowdown of venture funding, especially in, let's say, the Valley of Death or between Series A and B. That's, we saw more slowdown versus like early stage or seed stage or even growth stage are having more healthy numbers. How are we helping companies steer through these tough times?
I think, yeah, unfortunately with some of the geopolitical landscape, with the increase in interest rate and inflation has created a lot of slowdown in the global economy. A company like Meta, for example, lost 60% of its value over the last year. So yeah, I think globally there is a lot of headwinds. Fortunately, here in Saudi Arabia, we have a lot of tailwinds. In big part because of the reforms that have been going on. Another part of it is some of the programs that are structured to help businesses in Saudi Arabia. And I think the VC community, specifically in the startups, it grew 72% last year in a very difficult year. The amount of VC funding that happened last year is equivalent to the past 6 years combined. So a lot of funding is available. Recently in LEAP 23, we announced 2.4 billion in new funding in terms of venture capital and banking facilities and what have you. So I think there is no shortage of cash. For those startups that do not wish to sell part of their equity and take lower valuations, we're coming up with new products, and you've seen some of them already announced, and to give alternative financing for them. For example, debt. NDTP during LEAP announced Lentec, which is around 8.5 million riyal of almost interest-free lending to startups, so that they can weather through some of their financing needs in the short term. We're also seeing, obviously, the SME bank. That's another great tool that startups can utilize, as well as we're seeing the creation of venture debt as a means of financing. SVC is coming up with their own venture debt. There's a few things that were announced during LEAP as well. So between the abundance of financing or funding that's available here, as well as alternative financing such as venture debt and what have you, I think we're going to be in good hands over the short term at least.
That's amazing. Building on the session that was earlier before, Philip was mentioning how startups in Asia are more focused on exits, while startups here are more focused on scaling. And you recently announced during LEAP the Unicorn Program and the selection of 35 startups in partnership with MISC. How is a program like the Unicorn Program planning to help companies scale?
First of all, I'd like to thank MISC for their partnership in the program. That program got us in a bit of trouble because a lot of companies were not disappointed they were not part of it. So basically what we took high growth companies that have interesting business models, and we put them in this Unicorn Program, which provides support for them to accelerate their business. This supports include market expansions, global exposure, help with talent development and talent attraction, as well as mentorship, access to digital infrastructure, and many other support functions that within the program. I think it's going to be a game changer within the landscape in Saudi Arabia. It's certainly one of the greatest tools for us to scale up our companies, our national players.
Amazing. How about the companies you mentioned, the ones that wasn't included in the first batch, or the ones that we assume will formulate in the next coming months?
So it's a great problem to have, right? It just tells you the amount of great companies we have in our ecosystem. And the selection criteria was very difficult because of the great candidates that were available. However, it's very important to note that this is a cohort-based program. Okay. So it's not something we're going to do one-off. It's going to be annual. So the companies that didn't make it in the 2023 cohort will certainly have a chance to make it in the 2024 cohort, inshallah.
That's great to hear. I want to focus the discussion. I don't know if we can have 5 more minutes for the session before. So we saw. I'm seeing the time is up, but I think we can have a little bit more time. So. In our strive to make Saudi a global tech hub, diversity is a key important aspect. And we see, سواء in LEAP or today while we're walking in Biban, a lot of non-Saudi entrepreneurs coming to do business here. And you recently announced multiple programs targeting multinationals and integrating the global tech community, like the Multiverse and the NTDB Relocate product. Can you shed light on what's your plans there, the offering, and how are you thinking about it?
So, first of all, we're very proud of the diversity that we have in Saudi Arabia and in the tech sector specifically. One of the founders in the Unicorn programs is actually Saudi female. In just a few years, we went from 7% participation of females in the sector to 32.5%, which is higher than the Silicon Valley. So that's amazing, and a round of applause for all the females in the sector. Yes, I think the two programs that you mentioned, the NDTP Relocate and the Multiverse, are very important to us in the reason we want to attract global companies or global startups and have them contribute to our economy, to create jobs within Saudi Arabia. The NDTP Relocate aims to attract 200 startups from the globe and bring them to Saudi Arabia. They offer a relocation grant, which is a grant just given to the company to relocate. They offer talent wages subsidy. They offer office subsidies, office space subsidies, and multiple offerings that will help relocate those into Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has a great tech market, 40 billion. It's the biggest in MENA. And if we add that program as well, it will help fuel it. Multiverse is another program. It does some of the similar things, but one interesting thing it does, we created an office in Silicon Valley. And we're taking 18 of our founders, co-founders, into Silicon Valley, where they're going to spend a lot of time there just working with global VCs, working with global tech companies, getting a chance to discover talent within Silicon Valley that can help them There's a lot of training, and there's an offering to incubate them within an accelerator within Silicon Valley. That's going to be an annual program, the Multiverse, and we're doing it as a phase 1 in Silicon Valley. However, the aim is to have one in Europe, similar to it, and another one in China.
Amazing. So the idea is to have a backdoor into other ecosystems across the globe. Amazing. So you mentioned how Saudi is truly one of the biggest tech markets in the region, and how it's very attractive to tech players. And when we talk to entrepreneurs, and especially young tech startups, how can we help them? How can we help them, let's say, gain the confidence of and get a share of this government spending that's going into the digital infrastructure?
I think the new procurement law that went into effect, the government procurement law, caters a lot for SMEs and startups. A lot, they have a 10% value advantage or pricing advantage. There is also a mandate on smaller contracts to be awarded to startups. So I think this will create a snowball effect going forward with government procurement. But I don't think that we should strictly rely on this. I think if there is a message I want to get out to startups, I think focus on private sector, focus on B2B, on the consumer, because that's where the real growth is. And I encourage them all to make use of programs such as NDTP or the Garage or what have you to expand their footprint here in Saudi Arabia and use these programs as a springboard into neighboring markets as well.
Absolutely, an important point, and even VCs and investors would like that. The more diverse the revenue streams of a company is and less dependency in one source, the better economic power sustainability the company has. So, Your Excellency, to conclude this session, can we shed light on the progress we have made so far on being a global scale-up nation, and where are we heading?
I think there's a great momentum going on, and the results are starting to show. Today, we've helped through some of the programs we NDTP relocate or the Garage or what have you, to start really relocating global startups into Saudi Arabia. NDTP Relocate, for example, they already have more than 35 applications from companies that have passed the first assessment. 7 have been approved and received their funding to relocate to Saudi Arabia. The Garage has an event called Garage Disrupt. 88 companies we have companies from 88 countries that have visited the Garage or showcased in the Garage Disrupt. In the Google Accelerator within the Garage, we've seen companies from 11 different nationalities. So I think Saudi as a attraction hub is starting to make noise and disrupt in the region, and people are taking notice. But also for local startups, I think last year more than any, we've seen, I've talked about the growth in VC funding, this is one aspect of it, but the amount of exits that we have seen, it's up 40%. We're seeing, we've seen $70 million funding, late stage funding, 150, 110, Nana and Flower and what have you. These are all great stories that we encourage and try to preach so that other startups can be encouraged and really look forward to it. IPO exits, we've had 2 IPOs in 2021. In 2022, we've had 8. Today we have 13 or 14 countries listed in the stock exchange, which is an amazing number considering 4 years ago we only had 1. And I think this momentum will continue through 23 and 24. We do expect a lot of late-stage funding, big tickets to be announced, in the next 18 months. So, combined with the size of the market, with the tailwinds that Saudi Arabia is having, with the diversity that we're seeing, I think it's a great time to own a startup in Saudi Arabia.
Amazing. And I hope this message gets people excited to start their own businesses, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Latifa, and thank you all for your time.
يعطيكم العافية.